All right, let's start that over. Welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. How's everyone doing? Um, my volume wasn't even on. Let's get this volume checked out. All right, let's start that over. Welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. There we go. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins, and damn, the volume wasn't even working. I was just chatting away, everyone. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing fine. Um, Give me a second, everyone. Who the fuck is this, man? Give me a second, everyone. I had a weird number pop up, you know. Um, so yeah, we got a great show today. Is white supremacy media desperate or losing value? Are they losing value in the big 2025? To me, this is a very special and dope year because at the end of the day, I called it at the end. I called it in the beginning. I said this will be the year of the foundational Black American era, and I was right as always, you know. But we're gonna do a little bit of talking today. The reason why I picked this topic because I've been watching a lot of conservative channels and I see people's downfalls and I see some people's uprisings. We see the downfall of Candace Owens, Myron Gaines, Andrew Tate, fucking Dr. Umar, and even Walter Wheats. But we see the uprise of Anton Daniels, Amelia, Ecuadorian, whatever her fuck her name is. She's some Nigerian jollof eating bitch, half jollof eating bitch and half mayonnaise eating hoe, half and half, So yeah, it's gonna get crazy, everyone. We're gonna jump right into it, but we're gonna see the hypocrisy. We're gonna see people turn on each other. We might even go back to the video that made me who I am. So and shout out to the few people who subscribed to the podcast. Was it 2 days ago? Thank you. I do appreciate that. Um, but yeah, yo, we gotta get busy today. Give me a second, everyone. Let me check everything. Okay. But you know what we do our first hour? We talk, see what's going on with everyone. How's everyone's Friday, weekend going? So salute to the people who are there right now. But it's usually starts slow and it goes fast. Woo, 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 woo. Then people just starts jumping on and off, seeing what's on. I was gonna do something earlier, but I was so tired. I was very very tired. Um, just give me a second. I'm gonna go get my coffee ready, and we're gonna get busy, everyone. I'm gonna put on a video for right now. Uh, just it's gonna take me like 40 seconds, For the culture's doing something right now, so we're gonna watch them for a little bit.
On both sides, that's not true. Okay, not true. Black Americans are not equally as problematic as tethers are to Black Americans. That's not true. But you see, there's a reluctance to correction when it comes to by ethnic people. They want a 50-50 the situation. They don't want to go that hard. They don't want to push that line when it comes to they don't want to push that line when it comes to their immigrant side of the family. Okay, so we're gonna have to address this. Does this mean that every single one of them, all of them, are like this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We got some solid. Okay. We have solid half FBAs. Okay, Malcolm X was half FBA. His father was Foundational Black American. His mother was grenading. Okay. Frederick Douglass was half FBA. His father was YT, and his mother was black. You know, and nobody speaks negatively on those men. And we have many other examples we can pick from. Okay, even today. So what we're saying is that
What about the boys?
wait your turn to speak. You'll speak. What we're saying is that we can't label everybody with we can't paint everybody with a broad brush, but we do have to address the fact that when it comes to them half FBAs, there's a specific lane. That's
All right, I'm back, everyone. I just had to go get my cup of coffee and stuff like that. See what everybody's doing. Um, do I like this setup? I think I do like this setup. Yeah, it's decent. So I changed the setup a little bit, so I hope you like it. I do want to change one part of it, and just give me a second. I'm gonna change it right now. Old school to revert. All right, I'm gonna use this part right here. All right, yeah. All right, I'm back, everyone. Um, I do want to say this, everyone. I feel like this show is gonna be decent. It's not gonna be the best show, but I think it's gonna be a good show. Ugh, excuse me. Today, my day was alright. I slept most of the day. I had to get some energy and had to rest. I got my little nap in, you know. My son poured out a a bottle of cooking oil. Mm. But after this, I'm gonna finish washing clothes, wash my clothes, fold it up, boom, 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 mopping here, mopping the living room. Get busy. So yeah, that's how I think that's how my weekend's gonna go today. Hold on, why is people trying to know white supremacy and what's going on, Jeff? Salute, salute. How's everything? You know, happy Friday. So yeah, it's gonna be a good show, everyone. I think I'm gonna appreciate this one. We're gonna talk about a few people. We're gonna watch a few movies and stuff like that. I mean, a few shows. I've been looking for Nick Fuentes and stuff like that. His shit is weird. He's a weirdo fucker, man. Like I know I shit on him. You heard about 19-year-old girl killed by illegal Hispanic. Yeah, she was a prostitute, I think. Yeah, she was like 19 and the dude was like 30 or 40. I think he was older than that, like 50. Another Sade Robinson all over again. Yeah. Like, even if she was a prostitute, they should have never killed her. Like, come on, man. That shit is crazy. That's why, that's why I was saying, like, the last episode, I wouldn't mind sending half of these motherfuckers back. And I'm going to be personally honest. It's like, people always have a problem with reparations, but people don't think that who the fuck is paying for their place to live when they come to this country. Who the fuck is paying for who the fuck is paying for their food? I mean, their food. Everything when they come in, their resources. We're paying for that shit. That's why I always have a problem with Africans and like Caribbean people. This is my big problem with them because at the end of the day, they think this shit is free. That shit ain't free. I don't know, man. And I don't know. Like I said, I personally be honest. Half of these people, half of these people don't even need to be here. They need. This is the thing. Like everybody always has a problem with America, but they don't want to fucking leave. Like they don't want to. One thing I can give credit to Kwame about, he always talking about fucking leaving. We already know he's not gonna leave. He say he hates America. Even Shabaka, they say that they hate America, but they don't want to leave this motherfucker. They don't want to lose their resources and stuff. You know. That's why I always ask people, yo, why you shit on a place that you scared to leave? You scared to go back to their own country. Now I can hear you. Thanks. Yeah, I was like, yo, what the fuck's going on? Hold on, let me see something. Uh, yeah, it's just like these motherfuckers don't want to leave. These niggas are scared. You know. Even the white supremacists always talk about, oh yeah, we want to make this a Catholic or a Christian country. Nigga, if you don't like how the country is run, nigga, go to a country that's Catholic or Christian. What the fuck? Nigga, you could go back to those Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russian, and build your a Catholic church up there. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on, we gave y'all niggas the tools. If y'all want to leave, y'all can leave. It's not a big deal. You know? This is why I shit on white supremacy people. This is why I shit on people that like have a problem with like with America and black Americans. I shit on people who has a problem with black Americans fighting for reparations. Like we're doing it the political way, and I think that's a very long way to do it, but the game is the game. I can't get mad about how the game is played. You know? So it's just, like I said, it comes with the territory, man. Like it really does come with the territory. You know, and I can't get mad about that. Give me a second, everyone. All right. Like I said, I can't get mad at, as how the game is played. You know, so it's just crazy to me just watching niggas complain that, oh yo, this shit ain't working this way, this shit ain't working this way, America sucks, you know. And like niggas is desperate out here. I gotta be personally honest. Like people are really actually desperate out here and don't know what's going on. Like they're having a hard time coping with, how America is run. Hold on one second. Monte posts his Mount Rushmore. Really, nigga? Give me one second. See what this. Oh, damn. This nigga's into that? Okay, player. Get your boy. But yeah, man, it's just. We're tired of, like, I'm gonna be personally honest. I'm tired of these motherfuckers complaining. You know? Like, I know if you feel how I feel, it's niggas is tired of that shit. Niggas is tired of people like just complaining. Like, yo, you have no reason to complain. Like I'm being personally honest, most of these people don't have no reason to be complaining. You know? Let me just like this. Oh, I seen that one. Yeah, man. Let me tell you one thing. I also do have another problem with. Um, I'm gonna say this. Damn, this man like white chicks. It's all right, but pick up a first round draft pick. So she like. I'm gonna say this. Um, Everybody always has a problem with Black Americans fighting for reparations. But everybody always say, "Oh yeah, you're complaining, you're not fighting, you're da 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 da, all this and that and stuff like that." But we asked them, "What the fuck are you doing in your country?" Oh, we're not talking about that. Now we're not talking about it. Now we ain't talking about it. People always have to deflect when it comes to us. Niggas always have to watch what we doing. You know, that's it's weird. You know. Hold on, why does FBA? Why does it FBA? Give me a second, everybody. I'm gonna find a video for you. You know, yeah, it's weird, man. It is very, very weird. It's like, you want to hear something crazy? I know I shit on Candace Owens a lot, but it's not like she don't deserve it, you know. But you're starting to see a lot of like Caribbeans and Africans, with her talking points. You know, I'm gonna be personally honest. Hold on one second. Like with her talking points, and we're gonna watch like I said, we're gonna watch some videos about it, and you know, we're gonna watch this one. So we're gonna do like a 4 or 5 hour show today, probably longer than that. Like I said, it's. I'm gonna be personally honest. The Conservative Party is definitely weird to me. Those are some weird motherfuckers. They remind me of vampires. You know, they always. Give me a second. Hold on. You know what I'm starting to get a lot? People hit me up when I'm live streaming. It's all right. It's just it's weird to me. But I understand. But yeah. Oh, Khalid, hold on one second. Reparation Task Force, blah blah blah. Reggie Lewis Center, September 20th, 10 to 4. Agenda, networking, socialization, reparation task force, opening, opening remarks by community engagement subcommittee, community institute for research and development. Nah, it's just I told y'all I'm with the reparation task force, so I'm just reading some stuff. I gotta go to Reggie Lewis Center in 2 weeks, so yeah. Your boy got to get busy. Do his 1-2 talk. So if y'all in Boston on the 20th, come down to the Reggie Lewis Center for the It's a seminar. Oh, it's an in-person seminar. Okay. It's a seminar that these people are doing. So definitely I gotta be there. So your boy's gonna get busy. I'll be back in my place probably around 5 or 6. So yeah. I wish they were doing something a little bit earlier. Oh well, I gotta go down there on the 16th too. So yeah, like I said, I be getting busy out here, man. You know, that's why I always be telling y'all I don't just be talking. I really actually be doing this shit, man. I do my thing out here, you know. And shout out to all the foundational Black Americans, all the immigrants that are helping with the reparation task force. You know, because not everybody is Black American. Some people just want to help just to help. You know, so that's a cool thing. I'm gonna say that it's a cool thing. Hopefully, hold on one second. Give me one second. This one's on the 16th. That's the 20th. Give me a second, everyone. Okay, nah, not that one. Can you help Give me a second, everyone. I just gotta look at some stuff. I'm almost done. It's just your boy has to hit the emails. I forgot to hit the emails, so is this the one I have to be at? No, that's the Juneteenth. Yeah, it's just like your boy, your boy be out here, man. You know, and like this is what I have to do, man. Like I said, this shit ain't easy. I didn't expect it to be easy, so I'm not like mad about it. Just yeah, I might have a very busy week. I think I even took a day off or something. It's not. It's not law. I came. Hold on one second. I came across your post and watched your video. It was nice and your content is unique, but your channel is not monetized. If you don't mind, we have some decisions. Thanks. Yeah, just I always tell people all the time, like, yo, if you ever gonna do something, do it to 100%. I always tell people that do it to 100%, and the reason why is just why half-ass it, you know? Why half-ass it, you know? Like even look at Myron Gaines and stuff. Let me tell you what's wrong with Myron. Myron got exposed. And I think it's because of Tariq Nasheed. And I'm going to be personally honest. Tariq Nasheed fucked him up. You know? And I don't think he should have did the debate. I still don't think he should ask for another debate by Tariq Nasheed until he got some victories under his belt. Like how many victories does this man have under other than it being a fucking female? Like somebody who really can debate, you know? You know, it's just like I said, he hasn't recovered. He really hasn't recovered. And like I said too, this shit, yo, I remember last year I did a video, a topic on what's his name, on the Montgomery Brawl. And this is when all this shit started happening. People started like, yeah, we ain't fucking with y'all, you know. That I'm gonna say that lit the fire. The Montgomery Brawl. And shout out to the Montgomery black folks down there. You know? They got busy out there. They got busy. Is it the harsh reality behind it? She, yeah, he hasn't recovered, man. And does it suck? No, it's funny to me. I think this shit is funny. And the reason why I think this shit is funny because, yo, nigga, you got what you deserve. This is what you asked for. You know? He wanted to smoke, he got to smoke. Now the nigga's crying foul. Like, nigga, you can't cry foul and you do some sucker shit. You know. And, oh yeah, shout out to all people who are on my show, and also can you like and subscribe and also comment and also share. If you share, more people will come and watch the show, and that helps me and it helps the algorithm as well. So, thank you for doing that as well. I'm gonna say this, y'all got busy. Y'all got busy on my joint and on my show, and like, yo, the numbers went up. Them numbers went up. So again, salute and thank y'all. I appreciate it. Um, give me a second. What is this? Audio library. Yeah, and the numbers are still going up too. Them numbers are still going up too. So salute to y'all. Thank you again, man. Uh, oh my, does this debate college kids? He's literally hanging with racists. Meanwhile, he's from a shithole called Sudan. Facts. It's true, Jeff. You hit that shit right on the spot, man. And like, niggas can't be mad about it when niggas shit on your country. But let's personally be honest. Why would we want to even consider him American? Like, let's personally be honest. First of all, he has no honor to his own country. One. Two, that he just shits on people and thinks the shit's funny. Let me tell you something. People like him think being disrespectful is cool. You know? I'm just being personally honest. They think that shit is cool. I don't think this shit's cool, but if that shit thing, that shit thing. You know? Um like, it's so bad that, like, yo, oh shit. Like, niggas is really coming down on him, man. Like, yo, let's look at it like this. After Tariq, nobody never had no respect for Myron. Myron or Sneeko. Like, personally, yeah, they have, yeah, they haven't had no respect for him ever since. You know? And like, when we tell you what it is, it fucked them up. It fucked them up big time because at the end of the day, they were so used to the Maris and his Indian boyfriend to do this to Tariq. Yeah, after that is all he does is shit on black Americans while regurgitating white talking points. Yep. You're right, Jeff, man. And the thing about it is, yo, we don't shit on nobody. We don't shit on, we really don't shit on nobody, but if you start some bullshit, yo, we give you what you want, We give you what you want, there's nothing wrong with that. This shit is easy to us. Alright, give me one more second and we're gonna start. Like, let me tell you who else too. Andrew Tate's, man. I have an issue with Andrew Tate's too. Like, yeah, that's cool that you do kickboxing and all this other shit and stuff, but that shit doesn't make you like an alpha male. It just makes you a regular nigga that does regular shit. Oh, I drive a Bugatti. Nigga, I drive a fucking Camaro. Who gives a fuck? You know? And like, I get it, like, oh, yo, you want to stun out for the bitches and stuff, but if you're doing that if you're doing that towards guys, it's weird, nigga. That shit is mad weird. So that's why I always tell people all the time, man, like, yo, cause you got a nice car and shit like that, and You probably got like a nice house. Yeah, that's cool and everything, but niggas don't give a fuck about that. I'm gonna be personally honest. Niggas don't give a fuck about that. You know. I don't know. I personally, and I'm gonna say that I personally, cause like I said, I had so many nice things in my life and stuff. I drove the Beamers. I drove, I had the houses and stuff like that. I've been taken care of and pampered, everything. Traveled. I lived a good life. Now I started. I had a 5 year plan. This is my 5 year plan: media, entertainment, and political areas. That's a 5 year plan I'm gonna have for that. And I also got a 20 year plan. I'm documenting my 20 year plan and my 5 year plan. So I'm gonna have two books and I'm documenting two things. I started reading the Claude Anderson book. After I finish reading this book, I'm gonna read the Power of Economics. I never read it yet, so I'm gonna read it. I've been taking notes while looking into it and stuff like that. Yo, the book is interesting, very interesting. I will say that Claude Anderson book. He put up some good points where I didn't even think of. I didn't even think of. So yeah. Two people gave me two dumps down straight. Um, but yeah, man, it's just crazy how like people just turn on black people because black people defend themselves. Like this is, hey, what's going on, Lala? How's everything? Salute, salute. How's everything? Um, it's crazy how everybody looks at Palestine and say, "Oh yeah, they're defending themselves," and they look at and you look at their own country in America, they be shitting on black Americans. How the fuck you defend one person with a similar situation that's going on, but you're the ones that actually doing the crime like what y'all accuse Israel of doing? It's weird. Like that's why I always tell people all the time, like they're weird people. For even this is why I don't like people talking for Palestine, cause y'all do the same foul shit in America. Y'all are the oppressors in America. You know, Especially this is in, and also Palestinians. They're the worst towards black people too. So fuck them too. Let them handle their own shit. And I'm gonna be personally honest. I don't want to shit on them saying, "Oh well, you know what? They deserve what they got," because I don't think they deserve what they got. But like my nigga, when y'all come to this country, y'all do the same fucking shit to black people. You give us foul shit. You fuck with our resources. So like, yo, whatever happened in your country is what happened in your country. That shit has nothing to do with us. So yeah, fuck it. That's why yeah, real talk, Lala. You gotta understand, like, yo, that's why a lot of black people are not sticking up for Palestinians. We know it's an atrocity of what's going on, but yep, you're right. It's not our business. It is not our business. Whatever's good for the geese is good for the gander. Your peoples is going through some shit. This is why, like, yo, this is honestly the honest truth. This is why I don't really respect a lot of people. And the reason why I don't respect a lot of people is because, like, yo, most of the people I talk to is from foreign countries. But you left your country and you try to shit on America. Like, even white people do this. They shit on America talking about, oh, it needs to go back. Nigga, it needs to go back to a fucking Christian country. If you don't think this is a fucking Christian country, there's other fucking countries you can go to. There are other countries that you can fucking go to. America don't have to stop because you want it to stop. No, nigga, go to another country. You know? Remember back in the days they used to always say, yo, if you don't like America, then leave. This is why I started saying this to white supremacists. If you don't like America, leave. Facts. Go home and help. What the fuck they asking DJ Khaled? He's one of them with a platform. Yeah, but the thing about it, DJ Khaled, he don't give a fuck. He's American. He tasted milk and honey. He's like, I'm not leaving this fucking country. Why the fuck would I go back to some dirt and some sand? That's what he said. Yo, why would I go back to wearing dresses in a kufi, nigga? I'm just saying. It's like, yo, he knows what's his bread and butter. He's a vulture. He's like, I ain't going back to that country. Look at Vlad. Vlad knows his country's at war. Only people who ever went back to their country and fought for their country is the Klitschko brothers. Klitschko brothers right now is at war. They're holding it down for their country. Usyk is doing what he's doing right now. Yeah. Did you hear 3 Ethiopians got killed by a white boy? Yeah. Yeah, and they try to say, oh, yeah, they were black. Nah, them niggas is Ethiopian. I'm going to say this. A lot of Ethiopians, they don't consider themselves black, you know? They don't. So, like, it is what it is, but that means they got to have to hold their own shit, you know? But this is the thing now. Where's all these white supremacists talking about all this crazy shit that's going on? They're trying to. This is what white supremacy do. They always talk about white empowerment, white this, white that. You know, black crimes and shit like that. This is a black crime. We don't give a fuck if it's a liberal or a fucking conservative. They committed the fucking crime. Where's the accountability from the white supremacy? Those are your people. Let me tell you something. They're already going through a population problem with white people because they're not reproducing as much. You know? Like, let me tell you what they can do. They could have surrogate kids and stuff. They can have surrogates. But they don't want to. People are trying to say it's a hate crime. It's a hate crime, but I think one of the sisters was dating a white boy. Yeah. Or I heard the story that I heard was he liked her, but she probably didn't like him like that. You know those Ethiopians, some of those girls is pretty funny. If they don't fuck with white people, they don't fuck with white people. They'll fuck some black men. Yes, they will. All jokes aside, it's just some of them, it depends how they were raised, you know, and how defiant they are to their culture. Because I dated a girl who was like one of them Sally Struver babies where fucking, you know how white people like to buy Africans? They did that to my ex-girlfriend. They bought her and her brother. Them niggas live in Vermont. Yeah. You know, and they already had children, you know? But I think you're right about that, Jeff. If they don't care, why would we? Yeah, facts, Lala. Why would we care, you know? Like, it's crazy, man. It's like, this is why I was telling Kwame. I was like, I say you and your people got too comfortable. Black people doing everything for you. And when it comes down to black people, y'all were comfortable of shitting on black people. You know? This is why niggas was like, yo, we're not the same anymore. We haven't been the same in like thousands of years, you know? My mama bought 2 and I want her money back. Hell, I want it an elephant. Yo, facts. Yeah, those white people be buying, they be buying crazy shit, man. Look at fucking, what's her name? Angela Jolene. I think she personally did that so Brad Pitt can pay child support. I think she knew that she wasn't going to stay with Brad Pitt. But the thing about it, if you signed to be their mother and father, that's why this is why I'm going to do a show on the Chocolate Man podcast. What's going on, American Dream? Salute. I seen your podcast. It was pretty dope, man. It was dope. I seen you and FBA Convo chatting. Man, you gotta stop being so tough to him. He was just asking some questions, man. I was watching. Don't think I don't be watching your show. I be watching your show. But yeah, there be some knuckleheads on there. Don't shout out to American Dream. But um but what we were talking about, Lala, yeah, it's just I'm gonna do a podcast on mandatory paternity tests. And you're honestly, if anybody, I know a woman who worked for a paternity clinic, and she quit because it was so tough. She started seeing people break down. You know, thanks, salute. Um, she started seeing people break down, and it was. She said she couldn't do it. You know, for a minute, they was carrying African kids like they was dogs, the mini dogs and yeah, absolutely. Using them as accessories. So in England is Europe, in Europe it's weird. Like a lot of these white women, they be fucking these they be fucking these Africans and these Caribbeans so they can have mixed kids. Cause they like mixed kids like an accessory. They use mixed kids like an accessory down there in Europe. That's why, like, two type of white women I don't mess with. White women that drive Lexus SUVs, and just the giddy, white women that like to fuck with a lot of black men. I'm gonna be personally honest, and I personally would tell you just stay away from white women generally, because it's a headache. I'm gonna be personally honest. You don't gang nothing from it. There's no doors that are open. I don't know what's up with these myths and stuff. Like it's weird. Like I had to tell my uncle, like, yo, why the fuck you dating all these crazy ass white women? Oh, yo, man, they open up doors. Like people think that they really open up doors for you. Like even with Asian people think, oh yeah, they will consider you sophisticated if you have an Asian girl. No, that's not even true. I'm being personally honest. They think, oh yeah, they're gonna cook you dinner every day and all this other stuff, rub your feet, rub your back and shit like that. Nah, them niggas ain't that type of fucking Nah, they're not that submissive, my nigga. Them niggas will argue with you. I'm gonna be personally honest. Don't let them niggas lie to you. Talk about, oh yeah, go get yourself an Asian. She's a woman. She's still a woman. So I don't know. Yo, this is why I told niggas stop listening to what's his name? Myron. Myron know nothing about bitches. I'm gonna be personally honest. Myron knows nothing about bitches. Um yeah, go get yourself a Chinese girl. Nah, don't do that, my nigga. Chinese women don't even like black people. I'm gonna be personally honest. Chinese people don't really like black people like that. You know, I'm just yeah. I'm gonna be personally honest. They don't. It's the truth. I wouldn't lie to you. Um, I'm sorry if it breaks your heart and you thought you was gonna get some like some golden goose egg or some shit like that. But no, it's not like that, my nigga. Just like a person because you like that person. Like put it this way, I'm not against interracial relationships. Um, I'm against people who are in those relationships because they think they're gonna get something special. You know, like or if that's your preference, that's your preference. I get it. There's something about white women you like. My uncle used to like white women until he got caught up, and now he don't like white women no more. That nigga goes the other way when he sees one. You know. Yeah, I'm being personally honest. It's these people are crazy out here, man, and it's like, and I used to watch it, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, cool, yeah, whatever, and I used to shake it up. But once I started doing podcasts, I'm like, nah, man, I can't. I gotta say something, you know. My dad always told us not to mix our blood. He says all they do is steal and redirect our generational wealth. Yeah, that's why I always tell people all the time. You can even stay with somebody, but if you have money, I think you should have surrogate kids. You know, surrogate black kids, and the reason why is so because if you're a billionaire or you're a multimillionaire, all that money shouldn't go to one or two people. It should go to multiple people where your money goes to different places and it can reproduce, generationally, where you can have like we're supposed to have big families. Like that's why I don't mind people with the surrogate kids and stuff. And the reason why is because they're still your kids. It's still your genetic. It's just they didn't bear it. It's still you and your wife's egg, or it's you and a black person's egg. Like this is what's supposed to happen, man. Like I'm not trying to tell everybody to go out here and start fucking. I'm saying like, yo, if you want surrogate kids, yeah, you can have a surrogate kids and let it be yours. What's going on, E Will? Salute, E Will. How's everything? Happy Friday. Yeah, but it's just I think we're supposed to have more than one or two kids, especially as black people, because we have special genetics. I'm gonna be personally honest. We have a genetics different from other people. Our genetics is very athletic. Like we know like Africans got good genetics too, but their genetics is not like ours. Ours is really athletic. You know, like if we really wanted to do anything, we could do everything. If we wanted to learn something, we could do everything. Culturally, our genetics is dope, especially when we're corn fed. You ever looked up Peter? No, I'm gonna look him up right now. All right, let me look him up right now, cause we're just chatting right now. Finished playing fashion and exclusive and convicted sex offender. Damn. In 1967, Fonda International, a Winnipeg-based company that initially was sportswear manufacturer before producing women apparel. Uh, Damn, this nigga had 10 kids. To the FBI carries all their search warrant, sex trafficking. So, damn, he was Epstein before Epstein. He was sentenced only 11 years. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, this dude only got 11 years for doing some Epstein shit, He lied to a 12-year-old legal guy. Yeah. This is crazy. One, two, three. And they probably only gave him 4 years because he was in Canada. Canada is a little bit more lenient with that type of shit. Look at Boy George. Boy George was buying minor escorts. So yeah. Boy George was a pervert. Yeah, he was. He had 10 kids with 8 different women. Homeless. Answer boxes. Mm. This shit is crazy. La, that man is crazy. He is still doing it in Jamaica. Yeah. What's up? Does FBA? What's going on, FBA Convo? 50 Cent's baby mama was one of the bottom bitches. Oh shit! Really? Daphne, what's her name? Daphne Joy or Joy Daphne? That's fucking shame, man. So Daphne was she be caught up in a lot of shit, huh? Yeah, I'm about to look at her out. Was once. Yeah, I can believe that now, man. This dude only did 11 years. This shit is crazy. After, damn, yeah. Yo, but I'm gonna say this. FBA Dumbo, what do you do? Uh, oh shit, I was just talking about both of y'all. Shout out to FBA Convo and American Dream. I was just talking about y'all. Yo, funny thing too. That was the first time I ever seen your show, American Dream, was when you had a conversation with FBA Convo. That's funny. It's plenty of videos of her saying what he did in videos of him offering to buy eggs. He say he store 'em. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy, Lala. Yeah, and he was like a fashion monk. Let me tell you something. Those mogul people, those people who have like enterprises and shit, like company enterprises, they into that type of shit. They into like taking pussy and shit. You know, because the thing you gotta look at it, they're not used to people saying no to them. But this is why when I said like I partially don't believe the Diddy shit, because they wanted to get Diddy out the paint because of that whole lawsuit. I think. Give me a second, everybody. I think because it was because of that whole lawsuit. And the lawsuit that I'm talking about is with that alcohol company. So I think that plays a part in it too. These motherfuckers probably went up to the bitches that he was fucking with and say like, "Yo, you could sue Diddy and get a good, good amount of change." That's why last year I was telling people I was like, "Yo, this nigga's about to get indicted and Cassie's going to be a part of that shit." The reason why I knew Cassie was going to be a part of it is cuz Diddy basically gave her 30 million. He gave her 30 million for getting slutted out. Me and my friend was having a conversation about this. She was saying that, oh yeah, she has trauma. Um, I was telling my friend yes and no because I have been into that industry where they do have these parties where you see girls being fucked, you know. And I'm talking about girls be like, "Yo, I want to fuck with you tonight, and you." And you and the other guy looking at each other like, "Yo, what the fuck?" You know, I'm just being personally honest. Joy Daphne, I think she was already in that type of lifestyle. It's just I don't think Fifth knew about it, or he had an idea and thought he can change her. You know, people gotta understand, when certain people jump into some good pussy and they don't really be getting good pussy like that, them niggas will do anything. You know, so I'm not saying 50 was you know, respirating for some pussy, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of niggas do that. A lot of niggas jump in with these type of women and thinking like, oh yeah, these women are gonna be different. You know, some of these real women just want to fuck. Like, yo, they want a good nut too. It's just that's why I always tell people all the time, like, yo, y'all are better off just keeping a good study buddy. That's somebody that you actually do like and like are really into, when you respect. I'm just That's just my advice from a person who was basically a fucking paramour. I was a mistress. I was a mistress to a few women, and they paid me for it. You know. just to spend time with them, go to their events because their husbands is working like 120 hours a week and shit like that. You know, when people gotta understand when your husband's making good money, he's not gonna be there a lot. There's something that's gonna be sacrificed. Do you want the nice life and the nice lifestyle, or would you want to be eating the bologna and cheese, you know, with the nigga around you? Both of y'all niggas broke, or both of y'all niggas is just kind of settled. That's what you gotta think about, you know. I'm gonna be personally honest. Is That's why I always tell people all the time. Why do y'all ask for this lifestyle and you know you can't handle the lifestyle? You know, it's a weird situation. I should be talking about this on the Chocolate Man podcast. I'm sorry, everybody, but I think she was already into the lifestyle. Her and Cassie. I think Diddy introduced her to the lifestyle, and Diddy was like, "Oh yeah, I know I might can't really satisfy you and stuff like that, but we can get other guys for you doing the same thing. I just want to watch." He was probably on some shit like that, you know. Like as I was telling my homegirl, I was telling my homegirl, I was like, "Yo, there's a lot of people that into that cuckney, you know." Oh, what's going on, E Town? Salute, salute. Michael Jackson is a perfect example of generational wealth. Look at his so-called son. Yeah, you're right, E Town. Salute to E Town. Sorry, I just looked at it. I was chatting away, bruv. Brother, sorry. That's why it's a weird, like I said, it's a weird situation, and the reason why I always tell people it's a weird situation is because these people who are actually doing this stuff, it's this is something that they don't tell people because some people might be embarrassed or it's like, yo, you know, they're uncomfortable telling people like this. Like I was telling people, like me, I never really told people that I've been to swinger parties. I have done swinger parties. You know, I was not a host. I went, you know, but people be getting busy. People be meeting people. Like I was explaining to one of my my former coworkers about the swinger parties, and I was telling her that Cassie was at a swinger party. She was doing what she wanted to do at a swingers party. Oh no, no, she was groomed. When you're an adult, you can't be groomed. I don't think you could be groomed when you're an adult. You could be groomed when you're underage, yes. You know, if Cassie was underage, yeah, that's something different. But if you're 19, you're not. You're an adult. You know, because then after that, we got to talk about that. Then we got to talk about Kim Porter. Was Kim Porter groomed? You know, um, like I said, I always had an issue with Cassie about that. You know, you talk about you was scared, but you started fucking with a personal trainer, a nigga who don't even have no money. Then you was talking about you was scared for what's his name? What's the man's name? Kid Cudi's. You say you was scared for Kid Cudi's safety, so you went back to Diddy, but you didn't do that to the personal trainer. Personal trainer is just a regular nigga, you know. And I gotta be. This is why I say some of that shit is bullshit. Some of that stuff is a lie. Cause come on, this white man, this the white man wasn't all of that, you know. It's just she was like, "Yo, this is just my cop out," and he was probably pimping her out too. He was probably fucking her. She was probably fucking with other guys with her, with him. So it's not like, oh yeah, they wasn't doing the same thing, you know. But it's plenty of videos of. Hold on one second. It's plenty of videos. FBI American telling stop being petty. No need for that. Hey, what's going on, American Convo? Shout out to you, E Town. What's going on, E Town? America tell us stop being petty. No need for that. 1 million in reparations per FBA plus land contract. FBA is lineage, descendant of those enslaved freedmen and black Indians. Facts. Shout out to FBA Convo. That's true, man. It's true. I think this is what I think. I think they should start off with 150,000 first per foundational Black Americans. Then after that, do monthly checks. You know, I wouldn't mind that doing monthly checks every weekly or monthly. You know, if they're gonna do monthly, I think they should do. I don't know. That would be a good question. You know, I think they should start off with 150,000 per person, per foundational Black American. You know, this is just a start, and like every year give 50 to 70,000 dollars every year, just like that. Boom, 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 boom. Motherfuckers be good, and we can do that for I would say 10 years, 10, 15 years. Plus, yep, every month, cash me. Yeah. All jokes aside, 100, start off with 150,000, 50 to 70 years, 50 to 70 years, every person gets 70,000, 50 to $70,000. But one thing I will tell them to do if they're gonna do the HR 40, they gotta think, what's the stop price? Because we're talking about generational wealth. So where will this stop at? Will this stop at 20 years? Get it for the next 20 years, or like because it's gonna stop sooner or later. Because we're not. Only way it'll keep on going if they're giving us like 1,000 every 2 weeks, 1,000 or 2,000 every 2 weeks. Because a nigga could spend 1,000, 2,000 every 2 weeks. You know, I'm just being personally honest. Speaking about money, I forgot to fix my schedule. But yeah, it's just that's what we would have to do, man. And I wouldn't see nothing wrong. Start like I said, start off with 150,000 for the next 15 to 20 years, 50 to $70,000 a year. You know, because if not, you're gonna be doing what the Indians been doing for the last what, fucking century, collecting a monthly check, man. And you don't want to do a monthly check every month. Just cash them out, cash out black people. But you know, give me a second. P 1014 5. Give me a second, everyone. I'm sorry. 921. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm almost done. Just give me a second. All right, all set. Yeah, it's just they're gonna have to find an ending point. If not, they're gonna be doing what the natives been doing for the last century, and just giving them monthly checks. I know they don't want to keep on doing that, so like I said, you just buy out everybody. You know, let me give me a second. I'm just checking my timesheet. Seven. Damn, I did almost 100 hours this week. Um, but yeah, it's just we're gonna down have to cash us out. Harriet Tubman is my lineage, not no Shaka Zulu. Facts. Um, stay on code. Don't let tethers in the cookout. Yeah, you're gonna have to. We can't. The thing about it is we can't afford to do that right now. Always looking to unify so they can continue to grow. Yeah, they want to collect too. You got to understand, Africans want to collect too. You know, so they'll do any and everything to manipulate us to not get it. Like it's so crazy they don't think we deserve anything. You know, and like I said, this is why I call a lot of people a piece of shit. You know, you gotta look at it like all the stuff that they be doing. They do piece of shit stuff. You know, then when you call, oh yo, you're a piece of shit for that. Yo, you ain't no good. Yada yada. Oh, he's attacking me because I'm African or Caribbean. No, nigga, we attacking you because you's a piece of shit, man. Like, why would you want to do some shit like that? You know, like why would you do some shit like that? You know, it's weird. Like I said, it's weird. I would advise people to be careful of these people because these people will fuck you over. You know, but yo, let's jump into the show. Is white supremacy media desperate or losing value? That's the question I'm asking today. Are they losing value, or the what I have on the topic is white supremacy media turning on each other or not valuable? So it's kind of the same thing. Um, the reason why I asked this question is because hold on one second. The reason why I asked this question, all jokes aside, I think. Hold on. Okay, I was just checking my volume on X. Um, is because we're watching all these people turn on each other. You got Nick Fuentes turning on Jason Whitlock. You got Candace Owens turning on Nick Fuentes. Tristan, he's just turning on everybody. He can't stay. Tristan and Andrew Tate's never been loyal to anybody, only to themselves and money. So let's personally be honest about that. And don't forget, there's an uprise of a black media, and I'm talking about even if they're conservative, not like white nationalists, but conservative. Like if conservative was a thing, a real thing, this is what a conservative would be, you know? So um the one thing I wrote down is why is white supremacy media losing momentum against the opposite no, I mean the opponents of black media. We're talking about foundational black Americans showing the true colors of white supremacy. Like this is what we're looking at. It's like they could make up all these talking points. They could throw the cap per capita in it, but facts are facts. Facts are facts. We can't be like, oh well, this is what statistics is saying, but we're in the battleground. We're actually seeing what's going on. And we can't act like stats don't lie. What's going on, Dorsey? Shout out to you. Salute, salute. You know, it's like we can't act like stats don't lie. Stats lies all the time. Remember when? Thank you. I appreciate it. Salute to you. Thank you. Um, it means a lot. Thank you. I really the numbers is getting up, and like I said, I appreciate all your work, that watching, participating, and everything. So thank you again, man. I appreciate that. And if you want to ever do a topic, email me. My email is in the description. I am aroshalin@gmail.com. I do read my emails, so definitely yeah. Um, but we can't act like these things that aren't there. So the names that I came up with, the people who are disrupting or who are telling the truth, Tariq Nasheed, of course, Marquette from Sin and Saints, even though his talking points are, I wouldn't say conservative, but he does do tell the truth about certain things, and he deal with more with women. Um, Alpha Elite, Ant CEO. There's others. Myself, Miss Vicky, Nikki the God, like everybody who be holding the space. Let me see who else. I'm gonna give y'all another one that most people don't talk about. Anthony Watkins Jr. Anthony Watkins is one of them. I do follow him, and he be getting busy. He gave what's his it? He gave what's his name? He's the guy who gave Myron Games basically a copy strike for using his pictures. And he took the motherfuckers down off like that. So definitely like yo, we got people in the front row. Like even the people who we don't know about, you know, who is on the front line and we just don't know their names, you know? Salute to them. Right now we are facing an uncivil war. Things that said out of anger hit closer to the truth. That's why it's things. Facts. The truth hurts, you know? That's why in the Bible the last chapter was the revelation. It's the ugly truth. Sometimes most people don't want to look in the mirror and say, yo, I gotta fix this. Most people would rather just hide it and say, like, okay, you know what? As long as people don't see it, we're good. I can still do the same thing. You know? People gotta understand black Americans been fixing themselves for so many years. But when you have people keep on intruding, there's gonna be a problem. What happened to Nikki the God? Oh, what happened to her channel? Did somebody copy strike it? Somebody probably gave her a copy strike. I hope not. I like her channel. Her channel is lit. Um Definitely I hope they didn't give that to Nikki. Miss Nikki. Um I'm gonna say this too. Give me a second, everyone. I'll look it up and see. Actually, give me a second. Let me look it up. Oh no, she's still lit. She's still lit. She's still on here. Did she start a new one? Yeah, she's still on here. I'll show you. Right there, she's still on here. She didn't get copy strike. Hopefully not yet. You know how people be doing it. I'll watch proof of lies. Definitely. I'm gonna look at his content too. Thank you for giving me his information. Oh yeah. Also, I changed it up a little bit, so it'll be on the side. So it'll be going up, 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 up. So we can look at all the chats and stuff. But yeah, yeah, Miss Nikki be lit. Shout out to Nikki the God. She be doing her thing. Definitely she be holding it down for foundational Black Americans. So that's also good. One thing, let me tell you before we get into it more. Let me tell you what I started noticing. I started noticing like when people are mixed, like when people are mixed race, when those people succeed, like immigrants will try to jump on it and say, "Oh yeah, he's Jamaican because his father's Jamaican, but he was raised by his mother." You know, now they're doing that to Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson didn't even know his father. So now the Jamaicans is trying to claim Mike Tyson, and I'm gonna say, you know what? They can claim him. They can claim him if they want him. Oh, we bit our tongue because we thought they didn't know any better, but they knew they what we are doing. Yeah, they know what we're doing now. The thing about it, they play stupid, and this is why I started calling people out. Now, like lately, I've been calling people out when I have to over explain myself, and I'd be like, "Yo, you know what I'm talking about? Like, why are you playing like you don't know what I'm talking about?" You know. Um. Yeah, yo, Mississippi, yo. I'm gonna say this. Shout out to Mississippi. I think Mississippi, yo, Mississippi is about to make a come up soon. Within the next 5 to 10 years, Mississippi's gonna make a come up. All jokes aside, it's a shanty town right now, but I think it's gonna make its come up like this. There's some nice part of Mississippi, but it's gonna come up. After the fight with the white boy, they can have Mike Tyson. Yeah, Mike Tyson. Yeah, that was a nasty one, man. I don't think Mike Tyson should have done that. He did this, but you gotta understand too. This isn't the last time. This wasn't the only time Mike Tyson did that type of shit. Excuse me. Remember his last fight with the dude, the Irish cat. When Mike Tyson said, "Yo, he wasn't really training," and he was like, "Yo, man, I just needed money, and I did it for the money. I didn't really have it in me." He was like, "I could have beat him, but it's just I wanted money. I needed money. I needed to pay my bills. So both my parents from Alabama, down by the Black Warrior River. Yeah, I've been hearing about that river. My family's from Selma. I never heard about that river. It's crazy. My mama's side's from Selma. My daddy's side's from Augusta, St. Clair's, and Savannah. You know, it's crazy that you say that because I've been hearing about that Black Warrior River. You know, and that's crazy. Want to hear something crazy? I think the whole South, is a reservation. Mike Tyson didn't have it no more. Mike Tyson was tired. He was ready to retire, man. He was ready. I felt bad for him, but at the end of the day, it's just damn. At least put more into yourself. That's why I'm gonna say this, Dorsey. This is why I always have a problem with Shabaka because he's always saying, "Oh yeah, your mother's Benin." I was like, "Nigga, my mother's family's from Selma, Alabama." I said my mother took that DNA test and it said more Benin, but Benin was created like 200 years ago. No, created like less than 100 years ago. You know. No, like I really think the South was a reservation. You got to look at it like most black people come from the South. Most stuff happened was in the South. Don't forget the Seminole. Don't forget Florida used to be all black. My grandmama lived in Florida for a little bit too. So that's why I said it used. She's told me all the time it used to be all black. It wasn't really like Haitian and Cuban. It was only Haitian and Cuban when Jimmy Carter said that shit to Fidel Castro. You know. I have to cross the to get. When I go back down to Alabama, I'm gonna go down there. I want to see. I want to go down to that river. But you gotta look at it like most black people come from down south. You know, like most black Americans come from down south. Do we have some people from Boston and New England? Yeah, because they migrated up there. You know, I wouldn't even say migrated because it's still the United States. You know, so it's a weird situation. I don't like using those words migrated because we're not immigrants. So yeah, it's a weird situation. Yeah, I don't think we migrated at all. Give me a second, everyone. Who was it? I will look at it with new eyes. Yeah, you gotta look at it. If you gotta look at it, if like over 95% Black Americans are have Native blood, and they're all down south, or even in the West Coast, those were all reservations. Those were all tribes. You know, and I wouldn't be surprised, if those was reservations. Like, let's think about it. If black people were natives and they were all down south, they were all in the Midwest and the Southeast. Those must have been reservations. You know. Another tether only can trace his lineage to New York City. Lena tethers. Facts. And I will say this: there were some native tribes in New York, but it was like that's why I always tell people there were some. There was the migration from everybody coming up from the south to build the Renaissance, but there were already natives here. That's why what's his name? Sonetta, he's changing his way how he talks because he found out he was native. His father is Puerto Rican, but his mother was native and black, and they lived in New York their whole life. But there was native reservations in New York. That's why he's changing his way. He used to laugh at us when we used to say, "Yo, we were natives." It's so you see how everybody is surprised when they find out Black Americans is natives. Like most of us are native to this land. You know, like even the white supremacists is mad. They're trying to latch themselves on with the $5 Indian blueprint, but it's not working anymore. So do we actually live in two countries? What's the other country? You know, like I'm gonna give you this. Who told us there was a north south in Central America? You know, yes, there were in New York. Sonetta is a cynical Indian. Yeah, that's why he's changing the way how he's talking about us now. Talk about, oh yeah, we remember we was watching the reaction video where what's his name, Lex Convert, and the other one I forgot the other one. What's my man's name? Dane Calloway, and he was just schooling everybody. He's like, "Yo, look, this is the books and stuff like that." DC versus Atlanta. Nations within a nation. Um, it's possible. I would say that it's possible. The reason why I say it's possible because before Europeans was here, how was this country divided? You know, how was everything looking? What was everything called? Like even you got to look at it too. Who said South America was South America? Who divided South America up from North America? Who divided America up from Canada? You know? Who told us that, like, oh, yeah, that was in our land too? this is where the lion from white supremacy has kicked them in the ass because Atlanta influenced the South behavior wise. I'll say this. I wouldn't say it's a nation within a nation because most of those people who live in DC that are black, they're from the South. They're from somewhere from the South. Their great grandparents, their great great grandparents are somewhere from the South. So they brought up the Southern culture. It just evolved. It evolved in their atmosphere. Like if you look at you look at down south, everybody had like $800 back in the days. They used to have $800 cars, but $10,000 tires in speak surround sound. You look up down south. I mean, you look up in the East Coast. Everybody has was it big ass rims, the golden rims, but have like a sports car. People drive old schools down there, but people had nice cars up here. It's just different atmosphere. It just evolved differently. You know, it's like an ethnogenesis. If you really want to be personally honest, it's like the South had an ethnogenesis in the East Coast. So we don't say soda pop, we say soda. You know, it's just like I said, it's an ethnogenesis. You know, people were talking different. Yeah, facts. There you go. Yeah, you know, but let's get back to what I was saying. The white supremacists, um, I think what happened with the reason why they can't understand the truth, the white supremacists, and they're backing down against competition from foundational Black Americans, Black scholars. Like these are the people that they don't challenge. They don't challenge the Tariq Nasheeds. They don't challenge the Marquette. And they do it out of bad faith. Like do you ever see Charlie Kirk? Let's personally be honest. Charlie Kirk go against a black scholar, or will go against a foundational Black American like elite, or even will go against a Hebrew Israelite. You don't see Charlie Kirk doing that. He goes against people that he's gonna beat. Myron Gaines learned his lesson, so they know not to use these type of blueprints. Nick Fuentes is trying to stay far away from that shit as far as he can. He's letting the people who has the blackface do that. Like I said, Myron Gaines, he fell for the banana in the tailpipe. Like, yo, I'm gonna go against Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar. Like, even though we don't like Dr. Umar, we know Dr. Umar will eat fucking Myron Gaines' food. Because Dr. Umar been doing this shit for like 15, 20 years. He been doing these debates. He knows what to say. He knows not what to say. He knows what's his weak point, what his strong points are. That's why he's an elite Pan-African. Even though these Pan-Africans don't like him, Pan-African movement wouldn't be anything without Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar is one of the important pieces in this modern era right now. Like, yeah, we have Dr. Smalls and other people, but other than that, who else do they have? They don't have anybody else, Most of these niggas is still living in the 1960s, 1970s. They haven't upgraded yet. They haven't adapted. Pan-African movement is failing because they haven't adapted. They still talking about going to Africa. They've been talking about going to Africa ever since the 1900s. It's niggas is not going to Africa. Especially when we got phones and we see how Africa look like. You think a nigga's gonna go to Africa and downgrade and live in these type of fucking type of places while you see these niggas running away? Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all something. My father told me this the dopest shit ever. I always ask my dad, I was like, yo, dad, why you never travel out and vacation out the country? You know what he said? Most of them niggas is coming here. Why should I go out there? My dad told me this shit like 30 years ago. Dad, you should go to Jamaica. Dad, you should go to Dominican Republic. Dad, you should go to Puerto Rico. Why would I go there if all of these niggas is coming here? Damn, the shit didn't work. All right. But yeah, it's just it's true, man. It's like, yo, that these people are not go. Yo, these white supremacists are not debating real people. They're not They're not debating anybody with no stature. Who did Nick? The highest person that Nick Flint has ever debated was probably Candace Owens. The highest person Candace Owens probably ever debated was probably Cornel West. Cornel West is a scholar, but at the end of the day, he ate her food. It looked like she was winning, but she wasn't. And the reason, and also, Cornel West has been in the trenches. He has been locked up. He has lost jobs. He has taught the smartest people. He taught the smartest people. He taught at Princeton and Harvard. He was a fucking teacher, a professor. So we think Candace Owens is gonna beat a fucking Cornel West? No, he ate her food. That's what was supposed to happen. It's just now Cornel West now has to adapt. You know, you can't change the weather. You gotta adapt with the weather. You know, that's the only way you beat the weather is if you adapt to it. You know, so yeah, those. This is why the white supremacy media is losing. Even like Fox News. News is losing. They might think they're winning because they got their coon black people talking, but at the end of the day, them niggas is losing. They're losing. Foundation showing white supremacy. Yeah, and also too, foundational Black Americans and other people are showing. Hold on, Cornel West believes in himself, but does he play well with others? That's a good question, Dorsey. Actually, yes and no. Yes and no. I'm gonna say this. Cornel West in the presidential election, he exposed the Democrats. And the Democrats were mad at him because of that shit. They were mad at him because he exposed them and he said, yo, I'm going to the Green Party or independent. He said, yo, y'all not doing anything for the black people. Yeah, because the thing, like, that's the whole thing when I say, remember when I was explaining that, yo, you gotta adapt. Cornel West hasn't adapted either. He adapted to a certain extent where he can still be visible, but he hasn't adapted to the atmosphere of media. You know, like we could talk about the Jews and all this other stuff, but they adapt. They adapt. You know, I will say this though. Adapting all the time can show your hand. Sometimes you have to fail to win. Um, like with Donald Trump failed to win. Remember, everybody voted for Joe Biden, and what Donald Trump did, it he just let Joe Biden fail on his own. He let him fail and exposed himself. The Democrats exposed themselves after Trump because they didn't do better. All they did was complain for 4 years about what Donald Trump has done. But you got to look at it. You are the president. You are the leader of this country. You are the face of this country. This is why it was so easy for him to get back into office. Because he let them feel, you know? And black people been telling, like, yo, what are you doing for us? Once black people, let me tell you something. Do I think Joe Biden would have won? No. I don't think Joe Biden would have won. And the reason, even if he was even sane, I don't think he would have won. And the reason why I don't think he would have won because he didn't do nothing for Black America. Black America has seen it. Black America has been saying like, yo, y'all niggas hasn't been doing anything for us. We're not gonna vote at all. Then you get the coons, and this is why I say these immigrants. Hey, what's going on, Charlie Shaw? How's everything? Salute, salute. Um, you gotta look at the immigrants. These immigrants was cosplaying of being us and saying that, oh yeah, we all voted. You know, all these black people voted for Trump, and it wasn't. Those were probably immigrants, coons, and most didn't vote. That's why Roland Martin had to tell the truth of who voted and who didn't vote. That's why his tune changed too for a little bit. Remember, he was like, "Oh yeah, all these black people voted for Trump because they don't respect women." No, nobody voted. Black Americans, the black media, black Americans, even Tariq Nasheed was telling this dumb nigga like, "Yo, niggas didn't vote. Niggas been saying couch 2024 for like fucking 6 months. 6 months before these elections went in, they said couch 2024. This nigga this nigga and this Indian bitch did not get the message. Only thing Roland Martin cared was getting that $250,000. Or was it like 350? No, I think it was $250,000. That nigga was worried about eating well. Then he went right back to his grifting. I was looking at the numbers after 6 months later. I was looking at the numbers and nobody really vote. A few million people didn't vote. Nigga, we've been telling you that. The fuck is going on? You know? Like we've been exposing them. Like we're finding the per capita is not accurate at all. It's not accurate. It's just for somebody to fucking complain. To complain about something. What else? Like let me tell you something. White supremacists spew this talking point talking about immigrants is doing better than black Americans. That's absolutely a lie. If you put our best against their best, we'll smoke them out their Nikes or out their flip flops. Like, let's personally be honest. You can't put 10 raggedy niggas against, 10 immigrants that are doing good. That's impossible. You're gonna get bad results. This is why I say per capita is not accurate. It has never been accurate. I'm gonna say this. There is also a reason why that these people are turning on white supremacy media. First of all, there's a black face now. There's immigrants now. Chicken Little liberals. The sky is falling. Yeah. Yes. But also too, they are considered white supremacists too. They have white supremacist talking points too. Liberals. They used to go around for 5-10 years telling everybody that black Americans don't have fucking IDs. They don't have identifications. How the fuck are we driving cars then? How the fuck we getting liquor? How the fuck we getting into clubs? These are the things that you have to ask. Like, yo, who is the white supremacists? It's liberals and conservatives. This is why I always tell people all the time, because a person is fucking white and they're from a different country and stuff, they're still white. They're still white, and people have a problem with that. Oh, They're Ashkenazi. Nigga, they're still white. Why are you trying to take their whiteness away? You know? People always do that. And we can't do that no more. They're white. You know, we put them in the same category as white supremacy. Because at the end of the day, they do things to fuck us over. For us to work even 3 times harder. This is why I always say a lot of white people get $1 million worth of whiteness because they don't have to work hard. They could do the bare minimum and people will appreciate them doing the bare minimum. We have to do 3 times more of the work to get the bare minimum. I'm gonna be personally honest. Then you know they're gonna undermine us for an African because they don't owe Africans anything. They owe us, yes, and they know that they owe us. So if I owe somebody, I'm gonna make this other person look like they're doing good instead of this person, because at the end of the day, this person could double lap me. But if this person double lap me, I could send this motherfucker back to his country. You can't send us back to no fucking country. This is why I be looking at. This is why I said don't listen to these liberal medias because they lie. What was Roland Martin saying 3 months ago? They're gonna kick us out the country. They're gonna send us to another country. They're gonna deport all of us, all black Americans. Does that sound fucking crazy to you? And we've been telling this nigga, yo, they can't deport us. They weaponize abortions and birth control to reduce our... Yeah. Dorsey, this is why I always say, you know what? Say if you're a millionaire, or say if you're kind of successful in your middle class, and you want to have more kids, have surrogates. There's nothing wrong having surrogate kids. It's just you probably don't want to push them out, or you're getting older. There's nothing wrong with that. Even if they're from a different woman, they're your kids, man. You know? Because like I said, your money can't go... Yo, your money got to go somewhere. It shouldn't go to 1 or 2 people. There's going to be fucking problems. If you have multiple businesses, yo, boom, 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 boom. You should be having these kids, certain kids work here, having the skill to work here, have the other one skill to work here, having another skill to work here, have another skill to work here. I'm just being personally honest. That's generation. That's what we call generational wealth when it could get passed on. Like, yeah, it's cool to be an entertainer and stuff like that, and yeah, you got money, but business-wise, this is why Jay-Z is so smart, because Jay-Z makes an album every 5 to 10 years. And the reason why is because, you know what? That's cool that he get the publishing for his kids, but nigga, he has no business. That's not a business. You're just getting a check. You're just giving a fucking check. Fuck that. You don't need that check. You know what you do need? You need that business so it can evolve. It can evolve. If one kid don't want to do it, both of those kids don't want to do it, they don't have to go to race because you have surrogate kids. Boom, and you're already training them for doing something, putting them through pirate school. This is what people, let me tell you something. People always talk about nepotism and shit like that, but black people barely do it. You think, let me ask y'all a question. You think this, the owner of Target is going to give Target just to some raggedy nigga who goes to college and got great grades? No, he's going to give it to his fucking kids. He's going to give them shit to his fucking kids. So I don't give a fuck about all this nepotism stuff because everybody fucking does it, but it's a problem when black Americans do it. It's a problem when everybody else do it. We're seeing this shit right now in college. The Sanders brothers and the Manning kid. The Manning kid had a fucked up game. The Sanders brothers did their thing. You know what they said? Oh, it's only their first game. We can't give them that much credit. This nigga had a hell of a game. And we can't salute this nigga for having a good game? But we seen Tebow. We was like, yo, Tebow's the next Brady, this nigga couldn't even throw. People was so hard on. Let me tell you something. It's even worse too because this motherfucker come. These two Sanders brothers come from a good home. They was raised good, and they still got treated like they're fucking felons. I said felons. They get treated like they're felons, man. It's crazy. And this is ESPN. We gotta blame ESPN for this. We relinquish the gene pool. Yeah. Let me tell you something. Even if you do have mixed kids, you train your kids to be black Americans. This is why, let me tell you something. This is why right now these Jamaicans are trying to take Mike Tyson. Because who raised Mike Tyson? A black woman. It's like me saying Bob Marley is not black. He's British because his father's British. We're not giving Bob Marley to Jamaica. We're gonna give him to the UK. Niggas will look at me crazy. Oh, but his mother's Jamaican. What the fuck that got to do with it? I personally consider Bob Marley white, so I'm gonna be personally honest. I consider him white. His father's white. You are what your father is in the Bible. You know? But yeah, this is why these people are turning on him. Because they're using black faces to fight white supremacy, fight for white supremacy. If they're not a coon, they're an undercover black American from parents from Panama and Jamaica or Africa, you know, or Kenya. We can't do this anymore. People are not falling for the okie doke anymore, and this is why they're having problems now. This is why Candace Owens is having a problem right now. Candace Owens is having a problem right now because she's trying to grift to the black community. It's not working anymore because at the end of the day, she burnt her bridges like Nick. Nick Flint has burnt all his bridges. He burnt all his bridges. They are diamonds, but built under pressure to remain clean. Yeah. Clams, yeah. Like they did this shit to themselves, man, and we can't get mad about it. We can't be like, oh yo, we should help them. Nah, nigga. Y'all say y'all came over here, you know, y'all succeeded and, you know, because you work harder than us, so you work harder, you fix your country. You work hard to stay in this country. Why the fuck every time some bullshit happens, black America has to be in the center of this? Niggas got mad because we were dancing. While the world was falling apart, black people's dancing with fans and stuff. Why America's mad at us? Because we're all American. Now we're all Americans. Now you need help to send these motherfuckers back. No, nigga, y'all was the ones that brought them over here. Y'all the ones to send them back. Y'all the ones to fix this fucking problem. Because after that problem's fixed, y'all gonna come after us again. So, nigga, we don't give a fuck. Like I said, fix your own problems, nigga. This is why all of y'all niggas is turning on each other. And this is why I told people this is the era where black people show their real power. And people are still gonna be in denial once black people show their power. It's like, yo, the craziest thing I ever heard is if you see a nigga walk on water, why would you ask this nigga can he swim? What's going on, Wiz? Salute to Wiz. That's Wiz Mason right there. Like, nigga, if you see me walk on water, why are you asking me to swim? Why are you asking me can I swim after you just see me walk on water, nigga? This is what's going on with white supremacy in white America right now. Certain white people see that shit like, yo, these white people are crazy. You got white people saying white people are crazy. Nigga, that is crazy. Not my circus, not my monkey. Yep, there you go. Real talk. They're not getting the picture. This is what it is too, Dorsey. These white supremacists burnt their bridges and they don't know what to do because at the end, don't forget, Black America is in usually every type of situation that goes on. Every type of situation that happens in America, Black America is always in the forefront. Black America is always helping. Black America is always the one handling the problem. So now they got to handle their own problem, and they're the majority of this country, and they still can't handle the fucking problem. They're still having a problem. Look at Capitol Hill, for God's sakes. All these motherfuckers can't get along and can't settle their issues. Everybody's always in Capitol Hill explaining what the fuck is going on. We just see fucking Robert F. Kennedy explaining the bullshit that he was doing, and niggas been telling him, nigga, that's a bad fucking idea. That's a bad fucking idea. I understand the food, the food and stuff, you know, protecting people with the food and like, yo, giving people more healthy stuff. I get that. Yeah, I get that. You know, you want niggas to live longer. But y'all fighting over dumb shit with the vaccinated stuff and all this other crazy shit. Why the fuck would you? It's just, why would you give somebody else some chemicals if you're trying to say, oh, yo, we're trying to stay healthy? I'll tell y'all the truth how I beat COVID. Vitamin, was it orange juice and vitamin, was it, and zinc pills. Was it zinc pills I was taking? Zinc pills and orange juice, vitamin D. Don't you mean Jews, supremacy media? Nah, white supremacy. I'm St. Michael's. Shout out to you anyway. Shout out to St. Michael's. But St. Michael's, how many times is saying I always tell you I'm not gonna separate none of y'all. Y'all are all the same. Because if it was a three-way battle, y'all will go against black Americans. Y'all, yeah, the side effects of the drug, facts, Dorsey. You know? Like, yo, I took that vaccination shot, I was sick for 2 weeks. I'm not gonna even lie. I was sick for 2 weeks. And I don't get sick like that. I barely get sick. But when I took that, I was sick for 2 weeks. I was sick for 2 weeks, yeah. But St. Michael, to answer your question, I don't separate y'all. Y'all are all the same. Last I checked, is Shalom that runs the media, not Joe Smith. He's still white. He still got $1 million worth of whiteness, St. Michael's. So I'm not gonna separate y'all. Y'all both will turn on black Americans. So I'm gonna keep my eyes on both of y'all. I'm just being personally honest. You know, you already know St. Michael's. Y'all both killers and pillagers. So this guy is so low IQ. See, told y'all, everybody, what I tell y'all about that low IQ shit. Y'all both pillagers, man. I'm just being personally honest. Y'all both liars and pillagers and murderers. You know, he doesn't even know what the word is, let alone how to read it. No, I'm being personally honest. Y'all all killers. You know, like, let's personally be honest. Let's separate y'all culture. Y'all culture is still the same because y'all both committed genocide. Y'all both stole land. Y'all both killed mounts of people. Y'all both sodomized a lot of people. Like, we could go on. Y'all both did the same thing. Why even separate? I can literally type faster than Yeah, that's good, man. That's what you want me to read all fast and just answer your question? No, I'm gonna, take my time with this. What you want? Not want me to take my time? Come on. Yeah, that's all they are. They're all brutes, man. Y'all, let me tell y'all something. All of y'all are, I'm gonna be personally honest with you, say Michael. All of y'all white supremacists are all uncivilized. Y'all all thieves. Y'all all colonizers. Y'all all brutes, man. Y'all are thugs, man. Y'all are the real thugs. Y'all the original thugs. I'm being personally honest. And watch this. I'm gonna give you another example. Why did y'all committed war through Christianity? And what did they commit war through? Y'all were all the same. He's mad. Like, say, Michaels, you don't gotta be mad, man. Say, Michaels, you don't gotta be mad. You say, Michaels, this is the thing. You come on my show every time I'm on the show, and you know what you're gonna get, and you get mad. Don't get mad, man. Just say like, yo, I already know. I already know what's up. You know, it's just like y'all are all the same. Y'all all commit the same atrocities. Y'all commit to all the same crimes. Y'all steal. Y'all steal culture. Like, come on. Like, y'all. Let me tell y'all what both of y'all two people are fighting over. Both of y'all two people are fighting over who's the worst human. That's what y'all fighting over. Who's the worst human? I'm the second worst human. You're the first worst human. Not me. Like, yeah, like y'all act like y'all haven't tried to stop people of having babies. Like we know what they did to the Ethiopians, yes, but y'all have done the same thing to Black America. I'm just being personally honest. FYI, in Africa, you'd be considered colored or mulatto. But I'm not African. My family haven't been in Africa in thousands of years, St. Michael. White inbreds will never understand. We know all the trips already. Yeah, thanks, he will. He doesn't know. This is why I had this show, and it was for you. And shout out to St. Michael's and E Will. But this show was for St. Michael's. I wanted him to actually explain this. And he, like I said, he's gonna blame other people. You know, that always makes me chuckle when it comes to the African American radicalists. I'm not African American. That's actually an insult calling me an African American. I'm gonna be personally honest. You can call me a Black American, a foundational Black American, or even a Native Black or a Black Native. Just please don't call me African American. It offends me. But you're gonna do it anyways. I know you say Michaels. How they have zero tolerance standards when it comes to racial purity. So this is what you gotta understand, St. Michael's. Black Americans are the most purest Americans. Your kind, your culture, your people, they bring over European barbaric culture. Black Americans don't bring over any African culture because we're not from Africa. That's the difference. You know, and shout out to you. I get what you're trying to say, but I don't think you know the details of like it's funny because I started doing research. This is why if you, I don't know, I don't think you came on my show. You just started coming on my show in St. Michael's. If you ever have time, go back to some of my old shows. You start to notice that like a lot of Africans, Pan Africans, immigrants, they spaz out on me. They spaz out on me, and the reason why they spaz out on me because at the end of the day, I'm not going back to Africa. My ancestors haven't been there in thousands of years. The last ancestors I found out, they were in Alaska. They were in Alaska. I don't know how they got to Georgia, but they were in Alaska. I had family members that were in Alaska. I still put it this way. In contraction. Oh, hold on one second. Let them know, Dorsey. Let them know. Yeah, that's why I remember I was explaining to you. I was like, yo, I have a theory. My theory is that I believe the South was an Indian reservation. Because don't forget, in Florida, John Horse was native and black. You know? And when I say native and black, he was a black indigenous. And he was a native indigenous from another native Indian tribe. So, yeah. He was native to this land. He was never a slave. That man was never a slave. You know? Because clearly there need to be a standard for relations. So what is your standard? Standard for what? I'm sorry, I missed what you're talking about. St. Michael's. Do I believe Black Americans are African? They have African genetics. They have African DNA. Everybody has African genetics and African DNA. Even you have African genetics and African DNA, and you're Irish. As I usually call you, a potato slave, but you have African genetics. You had to come from somewhere. And if most of this were in before y'all came, the world was black. Where did y'all come from? It would be one standard. I believe everybody has African genetics and African DNA. I do believe that, but people go through an ethnogenesis. You went through an ethnogenesis where I guess you came out white or came out with less pigmentation, and they sent you to the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. So if put it this way, if you wanted to take if you wanted to say, yo, Africa, my ancestors had Africa too, because we came from Africans. Yes, you could even say that, because y'all had to come from somewhere, you know. What is a deer trail? But let's talk about this last one. What is the chain reaction of this white supremacy desperation in losing value? I want to hear from, you know what? Watch this, Dorsey. I want to hear from you. St. Michael's, because I know you do podcasting. Why do you think white supremacy is failing in the media field right now? I want to know that. Why you think white supremacy or your white colleagues are failing, or your white peers are failing? Have you ever done any debates with non-melanated folks? I have been attacked by a whole bunch of white supremacists, so I'm a St. Michael's. Email me, all right? Email me. We'll chat. I'll show you my video when I got attacked. So, yeah, and I put out the video because I told them that I think Nick Fuentes is is he's on the down low. I think he's on the down low. I think Nick Fuentes fuck men, and there's nothing wrong with it. But I think he's into homosexuality. I think so. Why are white people so angry? That's what I want to know. They're angry because they're not in control anymore. This is something new to them. You know. Why you stop, St. Michael's? You should you know. No, St. Michael's, I can answer that. The white supremacists is mad because they're not in control anymore. They haven't adapted. They haven't adapted with times. Some white supremacists have, like the liberals. Yeah, he's a pole smoker. I'm gonna show you a video, you know. But yeah, I think Saint Michael's. I think your brother in Nick Fuentes, who is half Mexican, is into homosexuality. You know, like, and also I think they're mad too because the white supremacists is replacing them for blackface, such as Jason Whitlock. What's that new dude, Matt Nuclear? Who's a was it? He's from Angola. Anton Daniels, Candace Owens might take y'all place. What's the other night half Nigerian, half white girl? The Amela, the deer face looking bitch. Her. She's Walter Wheat. That nigga look like Kuta Kinte's cousin. And they replacing him with y'all. You know? And I'm gonna say this: I feel like white supremacists. Oh yeah, the Jigaboo twins or the conservative twins. You know, they're replacing y'all. Like St. Michael's, y'all getting replaced. Like, I'm gonna be personally honest, y'all not even the face of white supremacy anymore. I'm gonna even go that far. You know, I'm saying this. I have a phone call. Oh, all right. Go. Go to your phone call and just come right back. We got you. Yeah, Coon Patrol. Yeah, they're all y'all. All of them are getting replaced. You know. And y'all getting replaced by mostly immigrants. I'm gonna be personally honest. I think y'all took y'all toll and y'all should have upgraded from this. Y'all should have been controlling them, but y'all haven't. So this is what happened when y'all lose control. You know. I'm just being personally honest. Dorsey, that like they're mad. Like they're in desperate times right now. You gotta look at who's eating right now. And like even St. Michael's always like to talk about his small hat brethrens. What's his name? What's that man's name? God, what's that dude's name? He's a big he's a co-owner of Kick. Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross is a white supremacist. I think he's a white supremacist. You know, but he's a small hat. You know, look at that. You know, you got Sneeko. Sneeko's another one who's taking everybody's place, but he's a reject. He's getting kicked out too. Myron, he's running out of fuel. Like y'all gotta understand that, like, yo, if you don't, you can't do this forever. I even know that I cannot do this forever. You know, and where they fucked up at, they did what the old niggas did with hip hop. They didn't teach niggas the game. So when niggas was just doing their own shit, it was coming out all degeneracy. You had immigrants telling niggas how to, make music. You had the radio, the radio people telling people, oh, yo, talk about pussy and all this other stuff. Talk about getting head and shit and all this other stuff. Just some foul shit, you know? Give me a second, everyone. Now when shit's out of place and y'all want to blame black people for it. No, we're figuring out most of these people are fucking immigrants. You know? And it's not like saying that we're not on the side of some immigrants. You don't know, there's some immigrants that we stand 10 toes down for, but there's not a lot. There's not a lot, you know? I'm just being personally honest. There's not a lot that will do that. You know? But let's watch the first video. The first video we're going to watch, and this is why I tell y'all, I think Nick Fuentes is on the down low. You know?
All right, guys. So Nick Fuentes had a bit of an oopsie the other night. He ended his stream. I'm sorry, let me back up. I'm sure most of you know who he is, but for those of you who don't know who he is, he's sort of like an alt-right, white supremacist / Nazi type. I don't say that loosely. He's like done debates where he argues the pro-Hitler side. So it's not a straw man to say he's, this is his position, right? It is. So anyway, he was doing his stream, ends the stream, and then as soon as it ends, boom, gay porn starts showing. Okay, so this is censored, so that makes it so I can show it. Let's watch, and then we'll discuss more here.
And have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo.
Nick Fuentes. Whoa, hold on. Let's see what he said. Good night, everyone. God bless it. Your family. Good night, Nick. Sleep well. What the fuck? Whoa. Question mark. This shit is crazy. Nicholas, you got some explaining to do. Like, I'm gonna be personally honest, a lot of these white supremacists are on the down low. What's going on, Ohio? Salute, salute. A lot of these white supremacists is on the down low. You know? They like a little Bucci cat from now and then. Look at Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines been fucking men ever since college. I think he was fucking men ever since college. Especially Boston. Boston is the right place for him, you know? Boston is the right place. You know why? Boston has a gay community. Where Myron school is, there's a gay community probably 10 minutes away. 5-10 minutes away. It's called 10 City. I'm from Boston. This is what... Let me tell you something. Nick Fuentes got ran out of Boston by gay people and tree huggers. I tell people this all the time. All the time. You don't think let me ask y'all a question. You don't think he was experimenting up there, especially Myron? Always with men. Now you don't really hear him talk about women when he was in college about women. He always talks about hanging out with his boat rowing buddies. Yeah. Pink Irish. Yeah. Look at him. This man think it's funny.
Saying whoa in the chat. Wait, turn this shit off. What the fuck? Hacked? What the fuck? Hacked. What the fuck? Okay, now what are the possibilities? I mean, the possibilities are, it's obvious, right? One of the possibilities is he turns off the stream, then he wants to beat his little meat, and he goes to some gay porn website, starts working on his meat, doesn't realize it's still going, right? It's still streaming. That's certainly a possibility. You know, we saw a similar thing. Remember when Alex Jones was famously trying to show the camera something, and one of his tabs was a porn website that was with a trans porn star. Remember that?
Remember what I just told y'all? A lot of these conservative, they do have an anchor for some pussy, man. I'm gonna tell y'all something off the rip. I used to live off of a place called Blue Hill Avenue in Roxbury, Dorchester area. A lot of transgenders. We used to call them back in the days transsexuals back in the days, but now they're called transgenders. There was a lot of them over there, but there was a lot of white men coming over there at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, getting some pussy. This is nothing new. These transgenders was making money out there. They were making money out there. So this is, like I said, this ain't nothing new to these conservative people. You know, so look at who's the biggest spokesperson for the LGBT in the conservative party? Bruce Jenner or Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner. And she's against LGBTQIA. That's the crazy part. She's against some shit that she done. I'm just being personally honest. This is weird.
It's funny. All these guys are super masculine, super manly, traditional gender roles guys. They're the first ones to be like, hey, shove that pineapple up my ass, right? They're the first ones to be into some kinky, freaky shit. Now, in this instance, not necessarily freaky. I don't know what they were doing in the gay porn, but if you're just gay, that's actually relatively vanilla, right? Insofar as today's standards go. But you guys know how it is. All the super conservative Christian Republicans who get...
Oh, yeah. Why you think they're having all these, like... They're having more swinger parties than back in the days. There's more swinger parties now. There's probably a page that these rich people could go on, but it's like I said, cause you got to look at it. Fucking Diddy was getting escorts for his girlfriend. You know, watching her get banged out by 2 guys. Yeah, the Republic is a term from the Roman, the Greeks, the Romans love homosexuality. Facts. That's what Christmas was about. Christmas was a pagan holiday for the Roman and the Greeks, where they used to drink, have gifts, and have sex with each other. But they called it gift giving. This is what we call Christmas. This is why we give gifts on Christmas, because of the pagan holiday. Yeah. So, yeah, this is what they celebrate when y'all celebrate Christmas. That's why I always say happy holidays. Happy holidays. You know, but yeah, that's their culture, man. You know, these are conservative cultures and stuff. Like, let me ask y'all a question. Do you think Epstein's is the only one that's into this type of shit? Don't forget the Catholics, the popes and stuff. They had their little boys in their closet and stuff. They have their little usher boys. Oh, come over here. Then when they get older, they kill them. You know, that's what they used to do. These were sick people, man. BD was rampant in Rome. Yeah. Like, remember I was saying, these Europeans didn't know how to wash themselves. They didn't know how to live before Africans came over there and taught them. You know? Then they stole their culture. This is why you got Roman Greek culture. All that Roman Greek culture is just African culture, Egyptian culture. But the Egyptian was doing some freaky shit too. The Kemetic people. That's why Kemet TV, I always joke around with him about that. There's pictures of in Egypt of 2 guys, one guy shooting the jizz in another guy's mouth in Roman and Egyptian culture. So I always get on Kemet TV about that, but he knows I'm just joking with him and stuff. He hates me for that shit. This is why he always gets off my show at the time. But yeah, this is what these people do.
Caught trying to blow a dude in a New Jersey Turnpike bathroom, or the evangelical Christian pastors like Ted Haggard, who was caught doing
Facts.
crystal meth and having sex with gay hookers. We don't even need to go
You're
through
right.
the list. The list is endless, man. Okay, so that's a possibility. The other possibility is he was hacked, right? So George
Fucking with
Santos
that.
has a hilarious feud going on with Nick Fuentes. I have no idea why. I don't know the backstory. I don't even really care. But George Santos comes out. Nick Fuentes streamed gay porn last night on his show. Now the Gapers, he's making a play on the Groypers, that's what they call themselves, Fuentes fans. The Gapers are claiming it was a Mossad hack. For the love of God, Gapers, just accept your Zaddy Fuentes is a homo. And he's got a bunch of clown emojis and a bunch of laughing emojis. I love that these two are fighting. It's adorable to me that they're fighting.
This is the shit. Yo, I'm telling you, these niggas is crashing out. Like, their business is starting to come out, man. I'm telling y'all. This isn't the only time this happened to Nick Fuentes. Don't forget, there was an allegation that he was getting head by Destiny and somebody taped it. So this isn't the only, yeah, Lala. How this is legal but sodomy is against. I don't know even, Lila. Yo, these people are crazy, man. This is why I say this is white supremacy. The LGBTQIA is against Black Americans too. Don't get it fucked up, everybody. They're against us too. You know, that's why. What's her name? There's this one gay comedian. He understands because he has kids, but he's I don't want to say cross-dresser, but he dressed up as a woman. Something, Flamin' something. She was on what's that show? Breakfast Club. She was defending, who was she defending? She was defending somebody who was saying gay, not gay slurs, but he was saying gay jokes. And he was defending her. It was dope, man. I'm glad she did that. Shout out to Flamin' Monet or some shit like that. Yeah. And like, yo, it's so bad right now. Who's it? Libraries of the facts. I believe that. Yeah, Alexander the Great was getting down with them Egyptians, cause them Egyptians. Nah. It was somebody else. The person was wearing glasses. Saucy Santana threatened academics to fucking him in the ass because he said, if I knock you out, I'm gonna fuck you in the ass. That's what Saucy Santana said. Persians made trans a fad so much so at the movies. Yeah, facts. Especially the 300s. Yeah, they were doing that. Oh yeah, they were doing that. They used to sleep with each other. They used to sleep with each other when they used to go to war because there was no women. Because they used to be, don't forget, they were at war for like a year and a half. So, you know, they were fucking each other. There was another one too where, let me tell you who I do think is a homosexual. Our first president, George Washington. Yeah, he was married, but he was around men. Yo, don't forget, he went to war for 10 years. He wasn't fucking women. He was fucking men. I think he was fucking men. Look how he dressed. Nigga wears a wig. He wears makeup. He wears lipsticks. He got Coach boots on. He has spandex on. He has a blouse. Riding on a horse like this. Peekaboo, I see you. George Washington, I believe, was a homosexual. Or even bisexual. Who knows? First gay president. And I know the white supremacist is gonna hate me because I say shit like that, but yeah, I got you. Oh yeah, definitely him. Yeah, 300. Yeah, some of them had little boys. Some of them fucked little boys until they got older. Yeah. Yo, them Spartans was something. Yo, they were something, man. I'm gonna be personally honest. They was something. They didn't give a fuck, man. It was like, yo, we fucking tonight, man. They was on that type of shit. Yeah, we fucking tonight. Yeah. Yeah, that's how he was he was on a fucking horse like this with his little blouse and spandex and a wig on. Nigga had a lace front on. Like, cause how we don't think, yo. I think George Washington went to Atlanta and he was like, yeah, man, this is a place for me. Nigga started throwing on a wig and everything. Yo, if George Washington ever came back, he would live in Atlanta or San Francisco. That would be the perfect place for him. He don't need to hide it, you know? Nah, he was. Nah, Betsy Ross was a mulatto, first side chick. Nah, he was. I know who Betsy Ross was. Betsy Ross was the one who made that little racist ass flag with the, what was it, I think 13 stars on it. Those flags scared me. I'm not gonna lie. Those Betsy Ross flags. No, he was fucking. Nah, he was fucking men too. He looked like a cross dresser. That nigga was cross dressing like a motherfucker. Man, Spartans were black. That's why. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. And the reason why I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, you know, that's what them niggas do, you know? Especially the Egyptians, you know? Egyptians, they were fucking guys too, man. You know, he got turned out by Betsy Ross was a fashion designer. Yeah. But we got to understand too, also, most people who make our fashion are gay. So let's not get that fucked up. Like, that's why, let me tell you something. Who is it? Versace? Versace loved Tupac. Versace used to say Tupac was the most beautiful guy he ever seen in his life. Tupac wasn't gay, but he loved Tupac, you know, just because of his look. That's why he used to get all this fashion stuff. You know, he was Fashion Nova before Fashion Nova for black people. Tupac. And don't forget, there was black dandies out here, but it's just Tupac was the modern day in the 90s. He was into fashion. He was that nigga, you know? But we're going to watch half of this. We're not going to go too deep into this. But these are the last of the Mohegan rejects. And Destiny, the liberal, he's gonna break it down. He's a liberal, but you know, he tried to be as fair, but like I said, he can't talk for Black America.
He never allowed any Muslim in this country. Fathers, the framers, the Fox News, the Dominion lawsuit. There were texts that were leaked from him where he admitted that he was lying on air about claims that Sidney Powell made to him, and he was tired of lying to his audience about things about the Dominion voting machines being rigged.
Well, I don't know if that's a lie at all. First,
you don't know anything.
Destiny, I want to understand your worldview.
You acknowledge that your point of view is fundamentally anti-American. From the founding fathers, the framers,
100%. Americanism is a heresy in the Catholic Church. You know that if you know anything. But
okay,
you get
so
all
then why
information from
in
media
this
articles.
country? Why not go live in Rome or go live in the Catholic Vatican or go live in prehistoric wherever the in the United States and try to change us into some theocratic regime when that's not fundamentally what the country is about? Make the Muslims in the call answer. Suleiman, Sneeko, and Myron. Nick said he would never allow any Muslim in this country to hold public office. You're chill with that?
But Destiny, I was going back and forth with Nick and Andrew on this. Is that where do you draw the line? Who decides where that line is, Destiny? Good to have you. And I'm sure there's a lot of voices on stage that some you agree with, some you strongly disagree with. But where would you say that line should be drawn?
Well, wait, I'm on Destiny's blacklist. He cannot speak to me because I'm on his blacklist.
Are we talking about for are we talking about for like legal purposes, or are we talking about for platform community guideline purposes?
Look at all these rejects.
Let's keep it more broad. Free speech.
Like, look at all these rejects. We got Pearl Davis. We got Nick Fuentes. We got Myron Gaines. Who else we got? Andrew Tate. Ann Carroll. All these niggas is rejects. Matt Walsh. What was it? Wallace? I think that's Matt Wallace. Yeah, these are all rejects, man. You know? And it's sad. And I'm going to say it's sad because they ain't got nowhere else to turn. Their career is done. You know?
Purposes.
Well, I mean,
where do you draw? Is it so Elon has drawn. Okay, so Destiny is Nick on your black? Do you have a blacklist?
Destiny, have you broke? Yeah,
He has to go.
Give us an exception here, Destiny. If you can speak to Nick. if we can have the exception, Destiny, we'd be very grateful. But on a serious note, Destiny, where do you draw the line? Because Elon was asked that question. I think he was asked. We were doing a space on Brazil. When he was asked that question, he said a country's law, even though he might disagree with it, that's that's the line he cannot cross because he's running a business. Where do you think that line should be drawn, Destiny?
Well,
Because we've been having sorry. I just want to add one more. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead, Destiny.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, like to say the line is drawn at the law. I mean, is the most boring answer ever. Obviously, and if you're a business owner, you kind of have to operate there. But that's not the only place you can operate, right? Business owners can also make suggestions.
shout out to
Congress,
Dorsey
they can have
and-
their appearances, they can
and,
talk to whoever they
Lala
want to talk to. They can
Brown.
push culturally for the norms to change. In terms of like where it should be, I mean, I like
Facts.
the United States freedom of speech. I think that
Facts.
sometimes
You're right,
people speak
Lala.
about it in kind of an ignorant way. Like, for instance, when we talk about TikTok, it's kind of funny that people think it's unfathomable that a foreign adversary literally having connections to so many different American cell phones and having their thumb on social media, which we all know is incredibly like influential and important. The idea that that wouldn't be a thing we'd want to avoid as the United States, I think it's an easy to understand idea without needing to invoke, any kind of weird conspiratorial nonsense.
Yeah, Israel.
Cool. But yeah, no, I mean, I like the United States. I don't think we should have hate speech laws. I think you should be allowed to say more or less what you want to say in terms of like legal protections. And then obviously platforms can regulate speech as they want, but I think they should lean a little bit more on the freedom of speech side and just give people the opportunity or the tools to like block or mute people if they don't want to hear them.
So my next question, Destiny, is, do you think Nick should be censored?
What, from X or from Twitter?
Social media.
No, I think Nick's pretty harmless. I think if he wants to do his little thing, he can do what he wants.
Okay.
I
didn't
just got
expect
something
that.
real quick I want to say with TikTok because I find it very interesting. Real quick, I just want to say this with TikTok. There was a push to ban TikTok for years on a national security premise because, obviously a foreign adversary has created the app. But I find it very interesting that a bill didn't get passed to get TikTok banned until what? Oh, it was overwhelmingly pro-Palestine, about 70 to 30%. Versus being pro-Israel. But once it became pro-Palestine and people became extremely critical of Israel, guess what? Oh, we got to pass the bill and get rid of TikTok.
Ed, I know you were jumping in.
We were talking about Nick's ban. I know you were banned, I think it was 2021 or something, and then Elon actually let you back on, or X let you back on after Elon took over. And then I think it was the same day you were banned again. And is there, do we know what you were actually banned for? Because I know doing research, I know you had a post where you said who controls the mind, and it was all these Jewish people in the media. And then you also were in a space where you said, yes, we love Hitler, bitch. Do we know which of those got you banned?
Well, when I got unbanned, I was under the impression that the new principle was free speech. I didn't say anything illegal, and they didn't tell me what I was banned for. But I only posted like 3 things. I posted the red media. I said I did my Twitter space. And that's funny, you think, oh, you said you love Hitler. I love everyone. I love you. I love Destiny. I love everybody.
But it's very different saying. But it's 2 seconds. Guys, 2 seconds. So this is the Slipper Show. Hold on. Yeah, I've just. Okay. Yeah, I am speaking.
Like, this is why white supremacy is failing, because they play stupid. If you're trying to have an educated conversation, you should know what a motherfucker's talking about when you say, oh, yeah, you put hate speeches. And when you say, well, I love everybody, you say you love Hitler. Like, I'm going to say this. If you're trying to prove a point, you don't say you love Hitler. Do I think some of that shit was made up? Could be possible, but his story, the victor tells the story, and this is their story, That's all I got to say. I'm going to say this, and this might be a little bit controversial. I always tell people all the time, I do not think Adolf Hitler was anti-Semitic because his mother was Semitic. His mother was an Austrian Jew. So it's weird. It's like asking, can a small hat person be an anti-Semitic? Wouldn't we consider what Adolf Hitler do self-hate if he was an Austrian Jew? You know, it's kind of controversial, but it's out there. That's the thing. It's out there. The information is out there of his mother. Adolf Hitler was born in Austria-Hungary. So it's like we also have to, and they always gloss over the hate that he hated Masons too. Yeah. Yeah, they gloss over that. But also too, let me tell you what else would they gloss over? When everybody was disrespecting Jesse Jackson at the Olympics, Adolf was the only one that celebrated and saluted him. Germany at that time, when people were saying with all these Nazis, gave Jesse Owens a standing ovation. Like, I know people don't want to tell this story, but this is Black history. This is history that is not told. Is he a fucked up person, human being? Yes, he is a fucked up human being. He's a fucked up human being like all these other people who's committing genocide. You know? So it's just, like, we can't act like he didn't commit an atrocity. He's still a fucked up person, but we can't be like, oh yeah, he killed black people too. Yeah, everybody killed black people. Asian people killed black people too. Remember the chick in California shot the 14, 15-year-old girl over some orange juice, talk about she stole some orange juice and she paid her? And she didn't get no jail time. She got fucking therapy. This is why I believe reparations should happen. This is why I think there should be laws for us. Let me tell you something. I'm going to say this, and this might be a stretch too. Black Americans should get reparations and policies. But I still think Black Americans and black immigrants should get laws as well. Maybe not the same laws, but they should get similar laws. Like, I personally don't think, no, they should. I do think immigrants should get black hate laws as well. Because they get hated on, they get, they do get, disrespected and get targeted. But those laws has to come. But first, black Americans need to get that shit first. If we get it together, that will even be great too. But at the end of the day, but policies, I don't think they should get the same policies as us. Because I'm gonna even go farther than this. They're the reason why we don't get it. They're the reason why we're having these hard time problems. They're the reason why we get targeted. And we get targeted and disrespected. And if Hitler was so bad, why when declare people on the sound tough, they said they got roots in Germany. We be like, so yeah. White supremacy people do be doing that too, Lala. You are right. When they want to sound tough, they do say, oh yeah, I got family in Germany. But the thing about it, I'm going to say this. Adolf Hitler was anti-American. He was anti-American. And I'm going to prove it. Who did he go to war with? Who was on the other side of that gun? Who was on the wrong side of the gun? Americans. Who was on the front line? Black Americans. Black Americans was on that front line. And this is why I always tell people stop helping people. We don't want to hear, oh yeah, we walked with Martin Luther King and all this other dumb shit. Nigga, I don't want to hear that no more. I don't want to hear that no more. And the reason why, because how they treated Kyrie Irving, I think it was very fucked up. There was even some small hats saying like, yo, nigga, y'all doing too much. Y'all wanted this nigga to go to a synagogue and get... It was crazy. It was crazy. Y'all was trolling him at his basketball game, where he works at. Like, come on, that's crazy. Y'all had to have Hebrew Israelites in front of that fucking Barclays Stadium. I'm glad he got the fuck out of there. Because you know what? This is how much Brooklyn Nets cared about black Americans. After all the stuff that we have done for them, they did this bullshit. Why you think to flex? He opened that roll and show Black Jesus, but they want to talk about it. Yeah. Russians did that too. Vladimir Putin did that same shit to them too when he was at war with Ukraine. He showed pictures of the real Hebrews, and they were fair-skinned people. You go to some places in Europe, you see black scholars, statues of scholars, black scholars. Like we even look at the Persians, the people, the modern day Egyptians. Those are Persians and Turkish people. They swear up and down that they're the real Egyptians. They're not the real Egyptians. Just like these people who say, "Oh yeah, they're the real Native Americans. They're the real natives of this land," and we're finding out we are. This is why I say we got to stop helping people. Because when we're in trouble, we're by ourselves. We are by ourselves. There's nobody to help. There's no one to help us pick us up. There's no one to help us to fight. It's only they only fight when it's beneficial. You don't think the Black Lives Matter used George Floyd? They used him. They used his death. They used black Americans' trauma to push their agenda. It wasn't all about Black Lives Matter. It went everywhere about except a black life. It never been about us. And I have to be honest, it has never been about us. None of these people we see today on the people. I ain't listening unless. Facts. You're right, Lala. I'm sorry, I was just mumble jumbling.
So I'm not letting it go. But Nick, do you think so? First a question, and we'll ask Elon that question on why you were banned, if you managed to drop by. But the question is, do you think that particular statement? So obviously you can't compare loving Destiny to loving Hitler for obvious reasons. But do you think that's the statement that got you banned, or do you think it was something else? Nick Fuentes. And I hope you're not being banned, right? I don't know if he's rugging or his account just got banned again. I'll be honest, I think it would be funny.
Maybe he's making love to Hitler.
Go ahead, Destiny. Go ahead, Destiny. Yeah, go ahead, Destiny.
I wish that we had like better freedom of speech defenders. Like, listen, it's the United States of America. If you want to say you love Hitler, if you want to be anti-Semitic, you should be like allowed to say those things. I don't like it when people get banned for being anti-Semitic and then they say they weren't anti-Semitic, but then they also defend freedom of speech, but they won't say those things. It's ironic because all the people that talk about the Jew stuff are like the people who are the most scared to own.
None of these. Facts. Facts. They ain't no better than Jesse Jackson or Al
Sharpton. It's the United States of
Sharpton.
America. If you want to be anti-Semitic or anti-Jew, you have the right to say that publicly. Like, there's no law against like saying that publicly. Like, champion.
Hey,
don't,
can
like,
I jump in now? My thing was glitching.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
I want to answer this. Yeah, so you're right. You're right. We cannot compare loving Hitler to loving Destiny. Destiny is far worse.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. I knew. Man, look, let's try to last more than 24 hours today.
Come on, that's a good riff. No, you're right. Well, here's the thing. I think that in those cases, in those edge cases, yes, like we do have to permit people to say things that even everybody disagrees with. We have to permit people to say things that anybody would say, oh, you know, of course you shouldn't be able to say that. That's where it matters. The limits of free speech, that's where it becomes tested. We don't have free speech so that people can say, I like Burger King instead of Wendy's. No, we have free speech so that people can say things that are outrageous and question fundamental assumptions, like about Hitler, like about certain political myths, or you know, how our political system is founded. And so when Destiny says, oh, well, you don't own what you say, it's not about that. It's just about if you are able to discern the tone when someone is talking or what the meaning is. You look at a lot of the things I say, a statement like that is obviously said in a tongue-in-cheek. It's punchy, it's outrageous, it's intended to be. That's the obvious purpose. And all of a sudden when somebody who is like, and by the way, I should point out, while we're playing this game about, you know, you said this, you said that, when I say something like what I don't want to get banned, but when I say something like what I said a year ago that got me re-banned after I was reinstated, everybody looks at that and rightly, well, not rightly, they rightly say it's outrageous, but there's a complete context denial. People hear that statement and they go, he said what? Bam!
This is white male babble. Like, yo, you just gotta be accountable for what you're doing. Some people don't want that shit on their platform. And this is where people have to understand. This is what white supremacists and Karens and these type of male Karens have to understand. You can't say whatever you want to say on people's platform. You can't do that shit at your job. You can't be over here talking about Jews at your job and stuff like that and thinking niggas is going to be cool with that shit. Niggas is going to be like, nah, man, we need him to get him the fuck out of here. There's rules to this place. And this is where I had to tell St. Michael's, yo, you got to respect the laws of the land. This is, and if you want to say what you want to say, sometimes you have to use different words. You got to use different words. I remember, what's his name? Captain Tazariot. Captain Tazariot was talking to a white supremacist talking about, yeah, I know we don't like each other, but we know who the problem is, and if we can stick together, we can pack them the fuck out of here. You know what Captain Tazariak said? You and that motherfucker is the same person. I wouldn't trust you like I wouldn't trust him. Y'all both did the black race dirty. Y'all both did all my people dirty. Why the fuck would I help you? He told him that. You know, and there's going to come a point. There's going to be a point in time. Give me a second, everyone. There's going to be a point in time where Black America is going to be like, fuck this. I'm done. We want all these motherfuckers out of our community and send them in their own community. White supremacists love to play the context game. Ignore context is 90%. Oh, I'm white and I say so. Facts. They don't want to. This is the thing. People don't want to answer to their consequences. They never want to answer to it. You know. Yes, this clearly unclear. Yeah, facts. It's true. And we're watching this right now. And it's getting crazy.
Because I'm a right-wing guy, and I have all these views, and I'm like a canceled American. He's got to go. Hang on. I'm making a point. When Destiny says, I think that the Palestinians should be genocided. Ha, ha, ha. Nobody looks at that and says, oh, he should be canceled. What an outrageous thing to say. Some people do, but he's on YouTube. He hangs out with Shapiro, Jordan Peterson. When I say something because I'm right-wing and it's outrageous, there's no charity. People pretend like they don't know what humor is. People pretend they don't know what rhetoric is. That's just who he is. He's an odious person. Get him out of here. And same goes for everyone here. Same thing happened to Tate. Similar things have happened to Elon. It's happened to Alex Jones. When left-wing people do or say things that are just as bad, just as racist or just as violent or whatever, it's always with them, oh, well, I'm sure he was joking. Hassan Piker can say, we deserve 9/11. As far as I know, he's still on Twitch. I'm not. But what is materially different from saying America deserved 9/11? 3,000 souls, innocent, were killed. We deserve that. That's a fine statement. You're on Twitch and Twitter, and there's no censorship. When Destiny says, I think Palestinians should be genocided, ha ha ha, he's still on YouTube, he's still on all these platforms, nobody even thinks twice. When Nick Fuentes makes a joke, or hang on, when I say something like, oh, whatever I said, I don't want to say it again because I don't want to get banned, oh, well, he's a horrible person, he's an avowed neo-Nazi, look at what, they're going to reprint the quote like Ed Krasenstein did without the laughing or the tone. And that's BS. Like, let's just be honest. Everyone can recognize what's going on there.
Just a quick question, just on that point. Before that point, just because there was something mentioned, there's this important sensitive thing. So, Destiny, on the joke that Nick, and obviously it's a joke that many will find insensitive, offending, etc. On the joke of you being a more despicable person, I think he said, than Hitler. Now, I think he meant it as a joke. Do you think such jokes, Destiny, you said that Nick is on your blacklist. Do you think such jokes should be censored or they should be allowed? What's your position on that, Destiny?
If you're talking legally, I think you should be allowed to joke about whatever you want to joke about. But again, like the problem again is like the advocates for freedom of speech are so like boring and dishonest. Like Fuentes is not banned for telling jokes. Fuentes is banned because he jokes about things he actually believes, right? The difference between like me and Fuentes is if you ask me, Destiny, do you think all the Palestinians should be genocided? I mean, if you listen to the rest of that clip, I go, man, it's like a really situation. I don't know how it's going to end. It seems like there's no way out. Like that's my answer. If you ask Nick, do you really think that like Jews run 70% of the world and the white race is being bred out of existence by mass immigration that's facilitated by secret Jewish financiers who also control all of our foreign policy and make us allegiant to Israel, and they've done this for thousands of years, and that's why they're kicked out of every single. He'd be like, well, yeah, and also 6 million cookies, right? Like the difference is Nick isn't joking.
No, but Destiny,
again, like just own it.
Destiny, No, but Destiny, like, do you not agree that a person can ask a question? So they can believe in a certain ideological position and then ask a question that people would find harmful, or find it emotionally hurting. As an example, you said you're anti-Islam or you're Islamophobic, and then you make jokes about it. So you can clearly have a position and yet make jokes about it, right?
You're right about that.
No. But if you were to ask me, Destiny, why do you make jokes against Islam? I wouldn't be a pussy and say, oh, bro, I'm just joking. I would say, because I don't like Islam. I really don't. I hate the religion. Like, I would be honest about it. I'm not going to say to him, like, oh, they're just jokes.
So let me ask Nick, and this is the thing. So why is and this is the real question people are asking, like, why is Destiny able to make those comments and someone like Nick gets banned? So Nick, same question to you. Your position in terms of whether you believe that certain people run the world or whatever it is, I mean, have you hid from that position? Like, that's his argument.
Absolutely not. No, but here's the difference. People are not saying, oh, you believe that Jews have disproportionate influence in media. I don't think anyone would even disagree with that. I don't even think Jews would disagree with that. Also, it's an empirical question. So people, if they're interested, can go and look it up. It's actually not a completely subjective question. It's actually quite objective. But that's not what people accuse me of. And that's like a very slippery way to frame it. When Destiny says they should be genocided, so of course I don't believe they should be genocided. Okay, fair enough. People watch my speech from a year ago or 2 years ago, and they say, oh, he wants to kill all people that aren't like him. In the same speech, I say, we love everyone. We love even our enemies. We need to pray for them. We need mercy and compassion towards them. We don't need cruelty. I think even in that same speech, not even about...
That nigga don't be saying that. We gotta be. I'm not gonna. This is why I say, white supremacy. They're in a desperate time right now. They're all attacking each other. Like, the question I'm gonna ask is, shout out, what's going on, Kai? Salute. That free speech argument is bogus. Everything has limits. Facts, they do. The thing about it, you can say whatever you want, but everything has consequences to it. I'm not even go that far. Everything has consequences to it. That's like saying, "Oh, yo, I got the rights to bear arms, and I go shoot. I shoot like 10 people. That means I'm still gonna go to fucking jail. Doesn't that rights to bear arms don't mean shit? You still going to jail because you knew I knew what I was fucking doing. Like we can't keep on doing this and playing these theatrics and saying, oh, they're not trying to give us freedom. They're giving you freedom of speech. You just don't like the consequences of it. These are the consequences that comes along with freedom of speech. They don't know what to do, Lala. You're right about that. They don't know. They don't know what to do. This is where it's these Karens and these people, they complain, but at the end of the day, they're getting freedom of speech. They're getting to say whatever they want. They just don't like the consequences. Sneeko, he don't like the consequences. Nick Fuentes don't like the consequences. Andrew Tate don't want the consequences of it. Myron Gaines, they don't want the consequences of it. Nigga, you getting to say what you want to say, but they don't want you on their platforms. This is why there's rules to everything. Remember when Carmelo Anthony said, touch me and see what happens? And the dumb white, yeah. Facts. You're right, E-Will. Now they want to blame the kid who's only 170 pounds soaking wet. Instead of the fucking kid who's like my size. I'm like 215. And this kid with Carmelo Anthony is only fucking 170.
Jewish people or Israel. In that same speech, I said, when I look at homosexuals and transsexuals, I don't like all the cruelty visited upon them. We need to pray for them. We need to bring them into the church, blah, blah, blah. So it's like the same speech where people say, oh, Nick said he wants to kill everyone and all of his opponents. I'm literally as Destiny said with his comments about genociding Palestinians, blah, 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 context. So it's like it's completely misrepresented. The difference is the ADL and the SPLC aren't clipping Destiny's joke and throwing it on social media every time he makes a post. The difference is when an article is written about Destiny, there isn't a preamble that says Destiny, a live streamer who said Palestinians should be genocided, but they do that for me. Every unfortunate thing, joke, exaggeration, whatever you want to call it, always with the most uncharitable interpretation. That is on my Wikipedia. That is the preamble of every article written about me. And I'm not going to hide behind my real views. Okay.
Are you saying that all of that was taken out of context?
Saying that we're going to kill everybody or whatever? Yeah, it absolutely is taken out of context. I mean, we have to give me a specific example.
How many Jews do you think died in the Holocaust? Well, there's a specific. How many Jews died in the Holocaust?
So Nick, just a quick question, right? When you've explained the disparity in terms of the rules, like basically Destiny can attack Islam, Muslims, and he's got no problems, and you have been banned. Now the question becomes, when you know that that's the level of Sophia that we live in, that there is this disparity. Do you then, like, now you made a joke, didn't you, right? And it was clearly a joke, but now that could be snipped and that could maybe be used to get you banned or whatever it may be. So does that make you become, does that make you become, well, obviously it hasn't, but should it then make you become a lot more careful in even the jokes you make?
No, absolutely not. Because what I have learned, because I've been doing this for a little while now, longer than many people, what I've learned is it doesn't matter, actually, what you say or how carefully you say it. Keith Woods is on here. He just jumped on the space. This is a guy who, I mean, me and my followers, it's like an inside joke that his streams are so, they don't have any rhetoric. They don't have any, there's no jokes. It's very dry. It's all philosophy. This guy is like the most controlled, disciplined, and by controlled, I mean he has self-control, not like controlled op. I mean he's self-controlled, restrained, disciplined. And even when he got popular last year for the ban, he started the Ban the ADL campaign, hashtag, they dug up like a tweet from 2 years prior where he said something like, sarcastically, oh, I guess I'm a raging anti-Semite because blah, blah, blah. The ADL cut that, and now every time there's an article about Keith Woods, it says, self-avowed raging anti-Semite. one tweet from years ago said in an obviously, I mean, Keith knows the details, so he can reproduce the tweet, but it was so obviously, he wasn't saying, hey, it was obviously rhetorical, it was obviously sarcastic, so it doesn't matter. All the videos, all these dry videos about Platonism and, video essays and articles about birth rates in a very measured academic way. He said one thing sarcastic one time. They dug in, found it. Some researcher reproduced it. Now he forever will be known as the self-avowed raging anti-Semite. So I've seen many things like that. So the question is, do you self-censor and impose a chilling effect? And, we can't be funny. We can't make jokes. We can't be rhetorical. We have to kind
That's the thing about this dry humor shit. I'm gonna say this. It's not funny. We understand if the shit is funny, but I'm gonna give you okay. We'll talk about the Drewski thing real fast. The reason why people didn't take offense to the Drewski thing because it was funny. And when people do blackface, it's offensive because they're doing it out of racial they do it out of racial tensions to dehumanize black Americans, to make us inferior. That's why they do shit like that. But the Drewski was a thing where you look in the mirror and you see actually, this is what they do. A woman came out and said, this is what my family actually does. This is how my family actually acts. So it's not like, if it was funny, I get it. I would get it and be like, oh yeah, you know what? Black Americans will defend it. But we can't defend anything that's fucking racist. Like, y'all want us to defend some shit that's racist.
Kind of go through this translator and be, as Tate said at the beginning, you neuter yourself. They want you neutered with the chilling effect from these free speech regulations. Or do you just kind of go out? I feel like I have filled up the room with such a cacophony. Like, there's just like this ambient perception of me as this like vaguely horrible person. Now I can say whatever I want. Now I can say whatever. And, and I think people can recognize if they watch my show. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Nick, I'm going to put you on the spot and then get Destiny's thoughts. I'm going to ask you a tough question.
Sure.
And I'm pretty confident you will not get banned answering that question. But what is the most controversial belief that you currently hold? And the mic is yours. It doesn't matter how controversial it is, because then my next question for Destiny and anyone else would be, should that belief be censored? Should the ability to speak about that belief be censored? Nick, the mic is yours.
Okay. Well, I would say the biggest taboo right now is talking about Jewish people, because I talk about race and I talk about gender and a lot of things. And the biggest taboo is, as we all know, talking about Jewish people's influence, and they could be right-wing or left-wing. I think, though, it seems like the influence of Israel is maybe the biggest one, because even conservatives talk about George Soros. So I would say it's Jewish influence, and my answer for that is I think that only Christians should be in power in America. And I don't know the details of how you'd work that out in terms of if you pass a law or there's a qualification, but I think that we should have all Christian legislators and Christian presidents and Christian Supreme Court judges. So I would say that's probably my most controversial.
I'd say taboo number one. We've discussed this point in previous spaces. I want to ask you, and Keith, I'm going to go to you in a second, but give me one more, Nicholas, and then we'll go Nick, and then we'll go to Destiny afterwards. The second taboo thing, and I've got a quote here about. I'm going to read out a quote. Could be out of context. Maybe it could be the second one when you said it could be a joke as well. We need to go back to burning women alive more.
Facts,
Again, if I took it out of context, I do apologize. But can you maybe elaborate that quote? And could that be the second most taboo belief that you hold? Which I'd be surprised
Facts,
if you
you're right, Lalo. You're right.
I see your co-host thumbs down that one. I wonder, she didn't like that I said I want to burn women alive. That's obviously a joke. And if you look at the whole context of that clip, I said in a very deadpan way, I'm like, women are casting spells and they're becoming witches. In the Middle Ages, they used to throw them in the river. They used to burn them alive. I'm like, and here they are lying on the stand about, I think in that case it was Johnny Depp. I'm like, they're lying about Johnny Depp casting spells. I'm like, we got to burn these women alive. Obviously, a joke.
Okay, I'd put that in I'd put that in an extremely bad joke, but
Hey, Mark.
yes.
Can I ask Nick a question real fast?
Your reaction is what makes it funny.
Yeah, so yeah, so
I would.
Like, this is the thing. How's that shit funny? This is why I say, yo, you gotta be accountable for what you be saying, and this is what white supremacists is starting to figure out. Even the small hats, they're starting to figure out, yo, you gotta be accountable for the shit that you say. You know, you got a Jesus piece, and you don't even like Jesus. Facts. Yo, you're right. It's yeah, he's Catholic too. Why he wants to live in a Christian country and he's Catholic?
Stand as tribute for you to burn me at the stake, but you'd have to be tied to me.
So what would be
funny.
Before Ed and Keith, just 2 seconds. So Nick, what would be the second most taboo belief that you hold? And I want Destiny's thoughts on either of these, whether they should be censored. And I'll ask Ed the same question, and then Keith.
Probably my other one is that race is real. I'm a race realist. I think that there's genetic differences between the races as opposed to everything being environmental. And those are broad categories of talking about Jewish people, talking about biological diversity, human biological diversity. That's what people would say is the dissident right. Those are like the two biggest taboo things they believe. And then so for me, I guess those would probably be the big two.
So Destiny, these are two beliefs and I'm guessing you disagree with. So should Nick have the right to speak about those two topics on any social media platform, not just X?
I mean, personally, I think that if you're large enough of a social media platform and you're hosting political conversations, I think almost any kind of mainstreamish, like if more than 1% of people believe in it, there should probably be conversation happening about it. So I would say that everything he's brought up, yeah, you should be able to talk about on most mainstream like social media platforms, assuming political conversations happen here, right? Like if you've got like a social media website for, people talking about, their cats and dogs, then I can understand banning the speech there. But for places like Facebook or X, Twitter, like I can understand people wanting to have those conversations here, and you should be able to. But again, I would like to repeat the same thing I've said a million times. It is so boring that nobody will actually present what it is they actually believe. I don't know if it's strategy or I don't know if it's cowardice, but like
what is it do you think that I'm hiding? I mean,
well,
just
you just
say,
said
say
two
it straight
things
up.
that are objectively true that everybody believes in. Like Jews have a disproportionate. Jewish
So
people
what
have
am
a
I hiding?
Jewish people
What am
have
I
a
hiding? What am I hiding and not saying?
I can say it. So
Well, I can give a reason why people would hide their beliefs on that. I can give a reason why people would hide their beliefs on that. I mean, Destiny
wait, if you want to hide your beliefs, that's fine. But then say that. Be like, yo, I'm not going to say what I actually believe because I'm not going to.
No, but what is?
You're muddying the waters because
I can't say it. Yeah, I'm just saying.
A lot of people don't.
Go ahead and say it.
I can't. Okay.
Go ahead right now.
Say a minute ago that the Jewish thing was a myth and that like Jewish people don't have a disproportionate amount of power in the media.
Who would say?
Wait,
it's an objectively true thing. It's two things, okay? One, Jews obviously have a disproportionate amount, and far more than the media, probably politically.
I'm not hearing
financially.
what I'm hiding. I'm not hearing what
what
I'm hiding.
is
you made
don't
that
think...
accusation 3 times.
Oh
I'm not hearing an
Can
example.
I finish a sentence? I know you're excited.
Yeah,
to get
answer
back
the
there.
question. Answer the question. You're talking about other stuff.
I'm trying
Answer
to,
the
but you cut me off like every 2 seconds.
No, you're not. You're going in another direction. Name one specific example because you said it now like 5 times.
Yeah,
oh,
okay.
you're
I'm
hiding.
Have to
you
repeat
won't
the
say
same. I'm trying to get my answer out.
Say it.
Eventually, you'll let me do it. I know you're excited.
Let's hear
okay?
say the example.
Yes. So the idea that Jews disproportionately represent some part of like the power structures is not the controversial nor the strong claim. That is an objectively true claim that everyone can see. The strong claim is the idea that there is a secret cabal of Jewish people that are working to undermine other races across the world that are coordinating and working through all of those structures of power. That's the controversial belief. That's the thing that you believe in and you preach, but then you come onto these platforms and you give the weak take of like, don't you think that like most of the peoples in charge are like kind of more Jewish than like they really should be? Or the same thing with like the race and IQ thing. Like everybody everybody who's reasonable to anything should acknowledge that there's going to be genetic differences, probably even genetic differences between groups of people. But that's not your claim. Your claim is black people are dumber due to genetic reasons on whole versus white people. Like, that's the strong claim. You make the weak claim that is like everybody believes in it, but then like the strong claim goes unsaid, and that's usually what people are upset about. Which you can argue is good or bad, but
so
at least
let me
own
just,
up, man up and own your positions. Don't like say the most milquetoast, like obviously true things ever, and leave all the controversy, behind you. That's weak.
Yeah, see, the difference is that when you say these things, you're rephrasing them in the liberal perception way. You say, well, if you believe in race...
That's what you're supposed to do. That's the thing. You got to play the game. Like, let me tell you something. White people do what hood niggas do. Hood niggas always want to be the realest nigga in the gang. But don't understand that, like, yo, but hood niggas understand, like, yo, I'm gonna go to jail. I'm gonna end up dumbing out and going to jail. They know that they're gonna go to jail. These white supremacists don't understand that you're gonna lose, you're gonna get demonetized. You can't go around saying whatever you want to do. But the thing about it, like I said, they got too comfortable. They got too comfortable of just saying whatever they want to say. They got too comfortable. Now shit is getting serious. They want to cry foul. We don't care anymore. This is why I say, yo, y'all crash out on your own. Stop waiting for black people to fight for you. Niggas is not fighting for you.
That means you believe black people are dumb. No, if you believe in human biodiversity, you believe that there are genetic differences between people. IQ is a heritable trait, and blacks have a lower average IQ, on average, than white people. That's also a statistical fact. That's also true in SAT scores. It's also true in IQ tests globally and in America. I've never hid from that. I said that in front of a crowd of black people at Iowa State. I said that in front of Myron. Hang on, and Myron is here. I said that in front of a panel of all black women on Fresh and Fit.
That's a
because
fact.
you're just reframing what I'm saying
I'm not
in a
reframing
liberal
it.
way.
You're saying
and you're saying that if
different people are
someone
different.
believes in genetic differences, then that means that you believe black people are dumb.
No,
and if you say that Jewish people influence society, you believe in a shadowy cabal where they're like evil wizards and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
So it's like, of course I'm not going to say the
Yeah.
caricature and the reframing that you're giving it because you disagree. You don't like that people find it persuasive. That's why you put me on a blacklist and said, I will never stream a Nick Fuentes.
because
but
you're
then
not saying
when
anything
when I'm on a big
controversial.
space, then you got to show up to derail and disrupt and say, oh, all the persuasive stuff, well, he's just lying. There's secret evil views that he has that, well, you just aren't hearing right now. So that's why you're going to break your one rule. You come on the podcast, even though you quote
I know
unquote
you're obsessed with
blacklisted
comic
me.
book villains.
Because as you said, I do like that movie. Because as you said a couple of years ago, you don't like when people like me talk to a large audience. I mean, you're the one that's hiding a
seven people
political
DM
agenda.
me to come here, okay? So I decided to come and hang out.
That's
But
fair.
like,
Just said like my career was over a
just a
couple
real quick
weeks ago.
reframing. Like,
Nah, I'm just
Hold on.
saying-
Just Ed and Keith. I want to ask you both the same question. It's like seeing that back and forth between Nick and Destiny. Is there anything in that back and forth that should have been censored? Is there anything that could have, that could be considered hate speech or could have led to violence and should not be allowed?
Facts.
On
That's
on
true,
X or any other
E.
platform?
Will.
Look,
I'm just
I
pimping
think it
that.
should be up to the platform itself. If a platform wants to censor certain types of hate speech or certain types of incitement of violence, I think they should be able to do that. I
You should,
also think
even despite sorry to
Facts,
interrupt you, but
Lala,
despite
you're right
the
about
amount
that
of influence
one.
they have now compared to 10, 20 years ago, like if you
Yeah,
give
but-
them that right now, they all just meet in one room. They can essentially control speech around the world.
Yeah, but I mean, I
Facts.
think
He
that's
is
their
mad
right
because
as
of
a
that shit.
corporation. I don't,
just-
like,
he has to get over
platform's
it.
primary objective?
The platforms. What platform are you referring to?
All of them. Why do social media companies exist? What's their primary objective?
To make money.
To make money. And you're saying that they should be allowed to ban certain speech they don't like if that.
Statistics doesn't prove anything. Who do you think controls the numbers? Thank you, Kai. That's what I was trying to. This is why I always tell people all the time, and I said this in the beginning. Per capita lies. Those are not accurate. Those are not accurate.
Allows them to make more money, correct?
I believe, as in capitalism, I believe that's the way it should be.
So if Pfizer came along and decided to give a bunch of money to one of these social media platforms, would they allow anti-COVID vaccine conversations and speech or vaccine injury proof on their platform, or would they censor it to make as much money as possible?
I think it's up to them as a corporation to do as they please, just like Donald Trump with Truth Social has censored liberals from his site.
That's fine, but we're talking about people getting injured from the vaccine.
I think Elon Musk has the absolute right to run it the way he wants to do it.
That's fine.
And under his terms, that is, as long as something doesn't break the law, and I guess that can be subjective to some, like what's going on in Brazil. I think that's his right, and I think if that's the best way to run it, his platform will probably succeed.
Cool. Yo, you want to hear something crazy? I think Nick Fuentes suffers from a Napoleon complex. Don't forget, he's half Mexican, so Mexican people are not that tall. There are some tall men, like Hito Turk. No, what's his name? Niho Nahara. He was tall. He was like 6'5", 6'8", 6'5", 6'6". He was a Mexican basketball player, but most of them don't grow that tall, so he probably suffers from that, and he got to blame his Mexican mother or father,
So vaccine, I understand what you're saying. So vaccine injuries do exist. However, the platform's objective is to make as much money as possible, and Pfizer is funding the platform, so they're going to pretend vaccine injuries do not exist. So they are purporting a false version of reality. They are creating and aiding the matrix and making people believe a version of reality that is not true, primarily for financial profit. And those with the global...
You know what I noticed about Andrew Tate? That nigga always got his Koofy hat on. What's going on? Shout out to Rando. Let's see what Rando said. I just stopped and to say Kwame got naked. Oh no! Yo, yo, Kwame's crazy. This nigga Kwame's doing OnlyFans now. Pan Africans, they're struggling right now. Randall said Kwame's doing naked pictures for Archie. Yo, don't be spreading that. My man said he's doing pictures for Archie Bunker. That's crazy. Yo, that's why Kwame don't like you, Rando. Oh shit. Yeah, he's short and feral and angry. Yeah, you're right. He will. Nick is getting kicked out of everywhere. He's becoming more and more irrelevant. Yeah. This is why he's mad, man. He's mad about that shit because don't forget, they already froze his bank accounts. This nigga, he's on the Dr. Umar shit right now. He needs a few dollars, So, yeah, niggas in his grandmother's basement right now. He does this shit hard body.
Centralized capital can control narratives and can control the world even at a better level than most political parties. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, unmute.
Wait, Pfizer is not even worth that much money. Why would we assume Pfizer can control speech on...
It's an example.
Yeah, see, you keep blaming it on the advertiser or a company that's paying these companies. It's up to the media company. It's up to their shareholders. What's in the best interest of those companies? That's how capitalism works in America. That's what I think most conservatives embrace. They embrace capitalism. Let the companies make up their own mind. If one business idea is not going to work out, if people don't like that, they're going to move to another platform. And we're seeing that with a lot of people who are moving away from Facebook and onto X because they don't like this level of censorship they're getting on other platforms. So they move to X. Just like the media, that you can watch Fox News, you can watch News Nation, you can watch, there's a plethora of different media outlets that you can consume if you don't like what one media outlet's putting out there. It's not the government saying, oh, the media can't talk about the Pfizer vaccine or say that it has side effects. If that would be an infringement on the First Amendment. But in capitalistic society, these companies can run the way they want without government interference. So if the government starts interfering and saying you can't run your platform how you want, then that's going to be the government interference, and that's going to be against the First Amendment.
Okay, well, that's another argument because there was Twitter files and there's a whole rabbit hole. People
well, and the
more
Twitter files
than
also, I mean, the Twitter files showed that a lot of stuff went on. People requested a lot of things to be removed, and Twitter, being a publicly run company, publicly held company, they made up their mind on what they believed was best for their
Let me simplify the question. Do you believe the people? So what you're effectively saying, we agree on the fact that those with the money can control certain narratives and how they're perceived and discussed. Would you agree with that?
Those with money definitely have more control, yes.
Yes, and they can control on a public forum how certain things are perceived and discussed because they have the money. And when I say advertise, what I truthfully mean is donate and lobby. That's what they do. They donate and lobby to platforms to get their point of view.
Yeah, of course, on certain platforms they can, but on certain platforms they can't. Like, let's say X, for example.
Well, absolutely, because it's free speech. So this is where we're going back into I'm only going back over this because we talked about it earlier when you guys were saying the primary objective of the media is to make money. And I said,
that is the primary objective. I mean, there's really no arguing that.
Okay, well, if that's their case, then they're going to take money from the large centralized power structures and they're going to purport any false version of reality that it takes them to make as much money as possible. And the people who donated the money to make as much money as possible. Objective truth has nothing to do with anything.
If that's in the best interest of the shareholders, perhaps. I'd like to think that shareholders have an ethical side of things too, and if they see that happening, they're not going to be as interested in investing in that company. So, I mean, I think the board of directors and the shareholders are going to have the ultimate say there. And I don't think most people want that.
But do you think you were censored for money?
I didn't hear you.
Do you think you and Brian's accounts were banned for monetary purposes? Did they make more money by banning you guys?
No.
Do you say that contradicts the point?
Our accounts were banned because
they broke the rules, didn't
they?
That's the crazy shit right there. You know? Like, they're answering their own question, but they're not going to accept the answer that they're given. So this is where shit gets funny. Like, niggas know that why they got banned. Like, you know why you got banned. It's not a mystery. You too, Andrew Tate. You know why you got banned. You wasn't following the rules. You thought you was bigger than the rules. You know?
They thought we purchased their accounts, which we didn't.
No, sorry, what I meant was they thought you did. It wasn't because you had said like an impact on society and that's the reason they wanted to ban you, right?
They banned me. Yeah, they banned our accounts because they thought we were breaking.
All right, I'm gonna stop with this one right here because that shit was just getting crazy. We're gonna even look at this part right here with Tariq Nasheed destroying Myron Gaines again. Like Myron needs a learn. He needs a new grift. I think that's what Myron needs. He needs a new grift. You know. Hold on, let me get a second. This is just white victimhood, man. Yeah, remember I was saying that was a few episodes ago. I was like, yo, they got this victimhood mindset where they think everybody's against them, and then nobody's not against them. It's just they didn't adapt with society. Society's already telling them like, yo, we can't keep on doing the same bullshit that y'all niggas been doing. So you know what? You gotta get some act right. Niggas should have learned from that. Was it the Alabama brawl, the Montgomery brawl? Niggas got foot to ass, you know. They all did the Russian. Yeah, they did. You're right, Kai. Niggas get tired of that shit, man. And you just saying anything and everything to people and stuff like that. That shit takes its toll, you know. It's just like, yo, you keep on putting your hands on somebody. Somebody's gonna be like, yo, fuck that, man. I'm gonna beat this nigga down. Fuck it. It's the end of the road.
Y'all remember a couple of weeks ago they had this debate with Angela Rye. She was debating these. They were supposed to be conservatives, but they were really tethers. A lot of these people were non-FBAs, and one person that Amanda Seals debated. I remember he said his family was from Angola. He was talking about how, black people in America ain't this, ain't that. And then Amanda kind of asked him what his background was. And he was like, yeah, he's Angolan. His family's from Angola. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. And we got to understand how a lot of these continental Africans, they still have the same mindset that they had 500 years ago. Now, that guy who's Angolan, he popped back on the internet, and this is him. Hold on. He popped back on the internet, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go to my screen here. This is the gentleman. This is the guy. I think his name is Matt New.
This is why I'm gonna say this. This is why delineation is important. This is why black people is preaching delineation. 5-10 years ago, this would have been saying, "Oh, look at a black man right here." Black men like conservative. Yeah, like 10 years ago, we would never ask what's this man's race. We would have just said, yo, he's black. Oh, he's a sellout, yada, yada, yada. He don't give a fuck because you know why? He's from another country. Niggas from other countries don't have the same morals and ethics as us. This is the whole reason of delineation. Notice how the African brand shops is not being discussed anymore. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the thing about it hurt them the most because don't forget, it's women that goes there. But I always tell women all the time, go to the black hair salons. Why are you going to Africans? Your hairline's going to go back fucking around with them. I'm being personally honest. Your hairline's going to go back. And I'm not saying that, oh, yeah, them niggas don't know how to braid or anything. It's just they braid too tight and it brings your hairline back.
But he's up here with Charlie Kirk. Hardcore suspected white supremacists. We've been going in on Charlie Kirk for the longest. But yeah, these tethers, and this is a tether. He's not a tether because he's Angolan. He's a tether based on his actions. Remember, tether is an actionable word. It's a word based on the actions of people. So he's up here with Charlie Kirk. This is the guy's page, Matt Nuclear, Crime-Ridden Cities, him with Charlie Kirk, black men. Why a portion of young black American men have flocked away from wokeism. Now, see, they parade him around trying to act like he's a representative of black Americans. He's not. This guy is a tether. He's not of our lineage. This is why we're very particular about representation. All right? I will never stop attacking leftist ideology. You see the hairline is janky. Educate them so they don't end up in prisons. Just the typical, white supremacist talking points. And not to be outdone, another continental African, your favorite continental African, he's back to his old shenanigans. Sudanese tether Myron Gaines is up here doing a Nazi salute with the suspected white supremacist. And he has on a racialized hat, the suspected white supremacist. So again, these people, use their melanin to aid and abet these suspected white supremacists. Now, family, this is why the delineation movement and renaissance is in full swing, as it should be. And we got to be very honest. We got to be very honest. Now, I want y'all to understand two things that we just pointed out with these two different tethers. You know, besides the janky hairline, notice the continental Africans, and it's a lot of them, that are primarily with that shit, are the ones who got some kind of mixed ancestry over there. Now, the Angolan guy, he's mixed with something because he's a little lighter. So he's mixed with something. Myron Gaines is, mixed with Arab. That's significant. Now that doesn't say that other unmixed people from the continent don't have the same mindset. Let's be very clear. We're not negating that, because here's another video. Let me show y'all this. This is over in Europe.
Family, did you see that Sambo sitting up there giving the Hitler salutes? And y'all talking about he gives some good advice on women, and he can't even keep a woman himself. Where is his girlfriend at? You better go to O'Shea Duke Jackson page. Did you hear me? Because O'Shea done covered this. Go to O'Shea Duke Jackson page and see what happened to his girlfriend. Somebody took his girlfriend, but he knows so much about women though, huh? I don't know nothing about no women. Yeah, he know about taking something, but that's neither here or there. Where is the people to call him out? Where is our fellow good immigrant citizens to actually denounce him? Oh, y'all didn't see that one coming in. I don't hear nobody talking out against him. But the minute
that doesn't say that other unmixed people from the continent don't have the same mindset. Let's be very clear. We're not negating that, because here's another video. Let me show y'all this. This is over in Europe.
Family, did you see that Sambo sitting up there giving the Hitler salutes? And y'all talking about he gives some good advice on women, and he can't even keep a woman himself. Where is his girlfriend at? You better go to O'Shea Duke Jackson page. Did you hear me? Because O'Shea done covered this. Go to O'Shea Duke Jackson page and see what happened to his girlfriend. Somebody took his girlfriend, but he knows so much about women though, huh? I don't know nothing about no women. Yeah, he know about taking something, but that's neither here or there. Where is the people to call him out? Where is our fellow good immigrant citizens to actually denounce him?
Yep.
Oh, y'all didn't see that one coming in. I don't hear nobody talking out against him. But the minute we have a retort for anything that he says, we being divisive. That's old now. That's antiquated. That's outdated. It's played out. It's a new day. It's a new sheriff in town. Matter of fact, there's several sheriffs in town. We too smart. We have it together. You can't say we ghetto. We don't live in no hood. And if we did live in the hood, the hood is a mindset. It's not a geographical location anyway. Let's get that straight. Start there. We don't just go by your mouth. We need some real hardcore evidence. Family, do y'all see why we delineate? And I don't feel no way about it. These Africans, now it's not all of them, but where are the good ones to denounce him? Remember when Louis Farrakhan would be telling the truth about certain things, and people, well, y'all didn't denounce him. Get out of my face. Well, because we believe it. That's why. So apparently, you believe what he said, and that's fine. But you won't get 1 grain of rice out of me. Did you hear me? No rice, no nothing. You on your own because your people sold us anyway. And like how Tariq said, that's that same mentality they come over here with. Black Americans are lazy. Some people in your homeland are lazy. That's why they ain't got nothing over there. Broke down, dilapidated, run to the ground communities. Can't even build a toilet. Huh? You want to go there? eating roadkill. I'm the wrong one. I'm the wrong one. And then you come over here and try to point your finger at somebody. You're not at liberty to point your finger at nobody over here. Your best option is to come over here with your head low and just do what you do. But don't come over here being no moral police now. Because there ain't nothing that you doing better than what we doing. Nothing. And you sold us. Your people sold us. And you come over here with that same mentality. You ain't coming over here with a spirit of contrition and you know, sorry for what happened. No, you come over here, y'all black Americans, squander the opportunities. Okay. Well, why are we the richest blacks on earth? And don't say because the United States. No. Wherever we go, the Bible said that we nation builders. Now, that's a conversation that we can get into, but I don't have time to really dove into it like I want to. You understand? Nation builders, wherever they go, they build nations. That's why they had to get somebody to come and build it for them. And you say, well, y'all didn't build it. Well, who built it then? Question for you. Do Joe Jackson get the credit or do Michael Jackson get the credit? Oh, God. Did you hear me? Do Joe Jackson get the credit or do Michael Jackson get the credit? All right, then. Shut up.
This woman here, I think she's Nigerian, but I know she's African. I think she's Nigerian. I know she is African. All right, hold on. She's up in some European country with a sign, and I'm not going to have the music up. She's holding a sign, if you're not racist, please give me a hug. Okay, hold on, let me show y'all this. Now, this woman here, this non-FBA woman right here in Europe, she's from Africa, but in Europe, has a sign, if you are not racist, please give me a hug. Don't want to have no music, no copyright. So people are just going up, giving her a hug. For what reason? I don't know. I don't know what, there's just no rhyme and reason. Hey, I just want to be loved on by white people. You see? So that right there, that's the problem with the continent right there, ladies and gentlemen. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the problem with the continent. This is why Pan-Africanism is just not popping. It's just not popping. Let me fast forward. So yeah, just random white people. She's getting hugged on by random white people. All right. Okay, so a bunch of white people hugging on you, just standing there so that white people can hug you. Okay. All right. So yeah, different cultures, family. So this desire to appease whiteness, that's something foreign to us. We're not the same. Let's be real. We got to understand what's going on here. Them needing that white validation, that's not our culture. That's not our culture, ladies and gentlemen. But family, going back to Myron Gaines and this other guy, Matt Nuclear, the Angolan, I want y'all to understand he's part of that whole Portuguese colonization. The Portuguese, they were the original colonizers up there. I want y'all to understand. He's got some of that long, deep colonization mindset.
That's why a lot of Cape Verdeans don't like Angolans or even Africans. All jokes aside.
It was the Portuguese. They were the first ones to go in there wrecking shop. Henry the Navigator's people. They went over there. They built Elmina Castle. They built the slave dungeon over there. And they worked out a deal to be allowed to build that slave dungeon.
Facts.
Yeah? They were allowed to do that.
He ain't even lying.
Family, this is pathetic to the umpteenth power. I can't even gather myself to even put myself in a mindset of holding up a sign, going in a public place, an area where there is a lot of foot traffic, and talking about give me a hug if you're not racist. I'm gonna do you one better than that, my African queen, as Dr. Umar Johnson would say. They'll sleep with you. Oh, God, they ain't gonna like me. They don't like me. But I don't care. They'll sleep with you.
They will too.
Have babies with you. Some of them may even marry you. I know y'all see, Trump, you done lost your mind. What did Holly Berry say? Several times. Not one, about 2, 3 white men that she done had, calling all type of NBs and all type of stuff and making little racist comments. It's very sick. It's twisted.
And these were her husbands. Her husbands was talking like that towards her. You know, give me 1 second, everyone. Yo, it was her husbands talking like that from her, you know? Myron's desperate out here, man. These fools is out here desperate, you know? Like, we're gonna watch one O'Shea.
There has been a rise on YouTube of what is known as black conservative commentators. And at first, these guys were very small.
All right, be 1 second,
number,
everyone.
and there wasn't a lot of opportunity in this field because it was pretty much dominated by white conservatives or some people who were considered to be white racists. But the black conservatives came into this space and pretty much identified the same talking points that many of these white people wanted to say, but didn't want to be hit with the racist commentary. And they built quite the audience with a lot of non-blacks. And one of them that was able to do so was former Democrat Candace Owens. Now, Candace Owens used to be against Donald Trump. Then she found out how lucrative it was being for Trump. Well, she went on and did very well. I believe she's even one of the first people to come out with Blexit, which is like blacks exiting the Democratic Party. And nothing is wrong with supporting Donald Trump, but the issue is how she does it. She doesn't just support Donald Trump or the right because of their policies. She does so at the detriment to black society. Now, don't get me wrong. Not everything that Candace Owens says about black dysfunction is false. Many of the things that she says is true. I believe that the umbrage that many African Americans take up with her is, does she really have an agenda with that? This is very important when you're dealing with Candace Owens and her rhetoric. And this was noticed by none other than Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed has been going back and forth with those on the left and even those on the right for a long time. When you hear that pick yourself up by your bootstrap narrative, well, Tariq Nasheed has already heard that, and typically that does come from the right. And when a lot of those people get help from the government and they get assisted, only to turn around and say, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Now that's important because Candace Owens is going to play into that also. But Candace Owens is also one of those people that wants to tell black people what to do. And Tariq Nasheed is going to mention a time where Candace Owens actually spoke on a reparations committee against reparations for hashtag FBA or African Americans.
Because I know she spoke at one reparations thing, and we got
like pro it or anti?
She was anti, definitely anti. They put a bunch of, they get the Candace Owens and all these people to speak against it. But then we look at the people who let her get on there. You see, we don't let them get away with that. We look at the Democrats who let her get on there because they know who's going to get on there and say what. If you put a Candace Owens on a reparations panel, and this is a serious topic, and you are a Democrat and you let it happen, that means you are against reparations too, and we're gonna show you how we feel in the voting booth when you do stuff like that.
It was funny because I actually never saw this particular clip, but oh boy, I found it.
I do not think that we deserve reparations for slavery. I was never a slave in this country, and I think that the idea, if you think that you're going to get more than $200 from the government, okay, this entire debate is just it's a joke, okay? It's never going to happen. Do you think that we're the only group? I'm just going to ask you this question that has had something awful happen to them in this country. What about the Jewish people? Should they get reparations for the Holocaust? And do you understand how slippery the slope is when you start saying reparations? It's the beginning of humanity. The slave trade used to be legal. In the UK, they decided to give reparations when they abolished it. You know who they gave reparations to? The slave owners, because black people were their property legally. It was legal, right? So when they got rid of it, they gave them reparations. The point is that no matter where you go in history, someone was oppressed.
Now this is interesting. Candace Owens is talking down on reparations, and she's saying, well, we don't deserve reparations, and what about the other groups? So she's integrating herself into the African American community. And I find that odd until Tariq Nasheed decided to expose Candace Owens for doing the ungodly. Let's look at what the post was. So Tariq Nasheed shared this post with like an eyeglass, and it says, Candace Owens says she has a Caribbean bias, so she rejects any negative stories pitched to her about Rihanna or Nicki Minaj. I'm not going to say anything bad about Rihanna or Nicki Minaj. Now, Rihanna or Nicki Minaj are both from Trinidad, if I'm not mistaken. But I couldn't believe that she actually would say this until she did.
I want to say just how much I liked this guy. I just had a feel like, okay, I'll be honest. I have a Caribbean bias. My former producer made it very clear to me that I have a Caribbean bias because she'd pitch me stories or like say like Rihanna did this, and I'd be like, I'm not going to say anything bad about Rihanna, or like Nicki Minaj. And she's like, but I have a Caribbean bias.
So that led me to looking at Candace Owens' background. Candace Owens, according to Wikipedia, is also of Caribbean American heritage through her grandmother, who is originally from St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Okay, her paternal grandfather was Robert Owen, a black American who was born in North Carolina. So what it shows to me is that, okay, she has one relative or some relatives that are African American, but she has a bias towards those people who are from the Caribbean. So when you hear about the detriment that somebody like Nicki Minaj is doing with her music, you don't really want to talk about it. And your own host, who's probably a white guy, is saying, hey, listen, you have these situations going on with Rihanna, and you have these situations going on with Nicki Minaj, but you have a Caribbean preference. You prefer them. Okay, why don't you talk about Caribbean reparations? Why are you so engulfed in the African American community when clearly you have a preference for Caribbeans? And I hate to say this, and this is not to be offensive, but in America, the people who have done the most for the black struggle are the hashtag FBAs or African Americans, simply because we are in greater number. So why do you have this smoke for the group that's giving you all the opportunities and those Caribbeans in America? It's crazy because Nicki Minaj was in Trinidad. Hate to say this, no offense to my Trinidadian brothers, I have friends from Trinidad, but we all know that Nicki Minaj could not get on in Trinidad. She couldn't. Her life would have been completely different had she stayed there. We all know it. What about Rihanna? Rihanna was born actually in Barbados, not Trinidad. If she would have never come to America, would she have ever had the opportunity that she has now, especially with Fenty? No, both of those people, including you and your ancestry, were able to get on because of African Americans. And it's interesting because Rihanna and Nicki Minaj have both said something very disrespectful about African Americans, especially Rihanna when it came to Martin Luther King. Yet, when it comes to their culture, they want to protect it. Remember in 2021, Michael B. Jordan tried to start this particular rum called J. Overt. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but he wanted to have this rum line. And again, remember, hey, we supposed to be all black and all family, right? No, Nicki Minaj and all of those people were like, no, this is the Caribbean people. You know what I'm saying? Change that name. You can't have our name. Oh, but they all in our community with all of their ratchet stuff. Like Nicki Minaj The culture that she brings to the African American community, the blacks, it's ratchet, it's ghetto as hell. It's BBLing it up. But you don't have no problem talking about that, but you want to be considered to talk about why we shouldn't get reparations? Go tell the people in Trinidad Tobago why they shouldn't get reparations. But you would never do that because you want your Caribbean people to get reparations. So why don't you just be for your group? I don't have a problem with just being for your group. And that's what I see a lot of brothers and sisters, not all, but I see people doing it. Let me tell you a story time. Story time music! I was talking to this lady who happened to be from Rwanda originally. She grew up in Uganda. She's a lady that lives in Maryland. Now, you'll find a lot of Rwandese in Uganda or, just because of the immigration here. And she was talking about she didn't want Donald Trump to become president because she wanted more of her Rwandese and Ugandan relatives to be able to go to the United States and get citizenship. Well, then I asked her, well, what about the African Americans that are already there? She said, what about them? I said, okay, well, how would you feel if those people were able to come into Uganda and get citizenship and be able to participate in this economy? Would you like that? She's like, oh, no, I got a problem with that. I said, of course you do. Of course you have a problem with that because you're biased. You would like your people to be able to get on whatever they want, but you have a problem with our people getting on. That's crazy, right? And that's exactly how it can be. And that's the same thing with Candace Owens. You're just being disingenuous. There is a lot of Caribbean crime that goes on. Of course, you have a lot of African American crime, but you got people doing crime in the black communities too in America. You got Haitians that do crime in Florida. You got Caribbeans tearing up stuff and doing certain things in certain places, while at the same time they are being successful, so are the Africans. But hey, when it comes to them, you don't have a problem with that. And this is not to start a war with our brothers because we love you. But what I'm saying is, when they're doing something wrong, let's not talk about that. But let's always demonize the African American community. And when you're doing that, people just shouldn't trust you because you're not being genuine. If what you were saying came from a place of love, it would be okay. But it's not. It's coming from a place of hatred. And you are a hater. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson. Back at it.
Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Black people would die without white people. And quite frankly, they're our only allies that we have in this world. Africans sure as hell don't like us. And quite frankly, they're the ones that sold us into slavery. And if you really think about it, we don't produce anything, we don't own anything, and we damn sure do not know how to live off the land. And with all the dysfunction that is coming out of our communities, I don't think people will want to help us. We as a community need to change our worldview, and we have to be accountable for the things that is happening within our community and actually come together and do something about it. This toxic relationship that we have with white people and this built up anger that we have against them, it needs to come to an end. I'm telling you guys, the people at the top is loving this. As we stay distracted, they destroy our country. True Americans do not care about race. And if you are a person that cares about race, then you are a part of the problem. We live in the greatest country in the world, and it's people out there that would die to be in our positions. And it's people out there that do die to try to get here. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, united we stand and divided we fall.
Weird and heavy. Speaking of tethers, I saw one tether chick. She did a video, and she's one of these chicks. I know y'all probably seen her video. She's a wannabe Candace Owens. I think she's from the Caribbean. She's one of these wannabe Candace Owens. She just gets on Twitter and not Twitter, but TikTok, and just makes all of these performative, derogatory comments about black people. Oh, black people are the worst. Oh, black people are so dysfunctional. What about black on black crime? Oh, we need to leave these good white folks alone. So it's all of that performative buck dancing in order to get some TikTok money. So she had a video talking about what did she say? She said without white people, black people would die. She said if white people weren't around, black people would just die. We're talking about we don't know how to live off the land. We don't know how to produce. We don't know how to build nothing and all of this. That's tether projection. That's her tether projecting from her damn failed homeland. They love, like RJ and people like that, they love projecting their failures on the foundational Black Americans. They love doing that. Let's be very clear. Foundational Black Americans, we built America. All right? We built the United States of America. We were the ones clearing the land. We actually built the plantations. We were constructing the infrastructure. We innovated the agricultural techniques. That was our own labor. The white supremacists really didn't know how to do all that stuff. We built the wealth of this country. And listen, foundational Black Americans, we had agricultural knowledge that the white supremacists didn't have. They didn't have no agricultural knowledge. They came from Europe. Europe, that's not an agrarian culture over there. That's why they were starving over there. Let's be real. Let's be very, very real. These folks did not know how to cultivate rice and all that stuff over here. We were doing that. We were teaching them how to do it. Yeah, don't tell me about we can't do this, we can't do that. Listen, we had self-sufficient Black towns that thrived after slavery. This whole thing, we would die if the whites weren't around. They were the ones latching on to us. We were trying our damnedest to get away from them. They were dragging us back on plantations, wouldn't let us go. We were desperate to get the hell away from them. And then after slavery, man, we had all types of self-sufficient Black towns all around this country that these people sabotaged. We founded hundreds of Black self-sufficient towns. Greenwood, Rosewood, Wilmington, all over the place. We farmed, manufactured our goods, ran businesses, sustained the population, all without white dependency. Miss me with that bullshit. Let me tell you something. You get Southern foundational Black Americans, all my Southern folks who got people in the South, you know what it is. If you're a foundational Black American, you got somebody in your family who built the family house. Your granddad or your great granddad built a house somewhere down in the South, like my family, that's still standing down there in Leeds, Alabama. No white folks. Yeah, our granddad, y'all who's listening, y'all granddad, y'all know good well, y'all got a granddad, grandmama, or great granddad who built a home down there by themselves. It was white people weren't helping them. We had to do that. There was a time Black folks, we used to throw them houses up just like that. We used to build houses left and right back in the day. If we get sabotaged with doing that shit now, they kill us with the permit game. They got all types of janky little permits and little paperwork games that they play with us now. But yeah, we know how to build. And we got Black innovators, Black inventors. We created key technologies. Black inventors, they were pivotal for providing techniques of refrigeration, automation, or just all types of things we've created. We got patents for. And the white dominated institutions, they stole our stuff. They would steal our stuff. You don't steal from people who don't know what the hell they're doing. Our survival knowledge was passed through generations. Enslaved and free foundational Black Americans, we had deep knowledge of herbal medicine, deep knowledge of hunting, fishing, farming, textile production, construction. All of this was practiced. And we would have to do a lot of it in secret. We had maroon communities where we were completely independent. In fact, we were going out of our way to not let white people even know where we were in certain communities. You understand? The truth is, white society relied on Black labor to survive. It was white society that couldn't survive without black people. Plantation owners, they lacked the skills to grow and process crops without black labor. Yeah. Domestic child rearing in the white households, they depended on black women. They didn't want other crazy ass white people watching their kids. They needed black women to do that, to nurture them damn kids. Come on, let's just tell the truth. You see, but see, a lot of these anti-black gatekeepers, they amplify those kind of tropes. And plus, black folks, they pay black people to regurgitate these little janky talking points. But even now, man, we still maintain a lot of things, even though we get sabotaged. You got contemporary black farmers, entrepreneurs. You got thousands of black farmers, landowners, builders who operate today, and they face systematic discrimination, but they still succeed. You understand? So let's put all of that in the right context. But let's be real. Here's the deal, because people always talk about black people leaving and what would happen if black people did this. And listen, if black people were to disappear from the United States, black people got abducted by aliens, or just something happened when just all the black people left, what would really happen to the United States? What would happen to this country if black people just disappeared? What would happen? Let's be real. Let's look at a hypothetical situation, because the thing is, in order to maintain systematic white supremacy, you have to have an antithesis, and we're the antithesis. You have to have anti-blackness. You have to have something to play off of. Listen, if black people were to disappear, it would be chaos in this country. Do y'all know that? It would be chaos. One reason why the prison industrial complex and the forced labor economy, that would collapse, because see, we get targeted with mass incarceration. So if we were to just disappear, the prison population, that would plummet, that would collapse. Private prison companies and all of the industries associated with that, because we got to understand that's big business. Them targeting us and criminalizing us, that's a business within itself. So those businesses that target us, they would start crumbling. First of all, the private prisons, the correctional officer unions, the corporations that profit from the labor, the call centers, the agriculture, the manufacturing, it would immediately financial ruin. It would destabilize rural economies, state budgets that rely on prison profits. White towns would dry up, because many of their entire industries is basically prison population work, directly and indirectly. Also, we were to disappear, what else would happen? It'd be an implosion on the black hair and beauty industry. That would plummet. That black hair beauty market, that would vanish. The Koreans and the Chinese, they would start starving on that end. The Koreans would be ass out. That would mess them up. The nail shops, that'll mess them up. Because yeah, you talk about black people being dependent on white folks and all. And listen, when people come over here, the first thing they do is go set up shop in a black neighborhood. When all these immigrant groups come over here, they go set up shop right in a black neighborhood. So that shows you who's fueling their economy. Also, if we were to disappear, there would be a collapse of United States cultural exports like music, fashion, dance, all of our music and all of that stuff. That would collapse, right? American culture would lose its soul and global influence, because other countries who mimic us, mimic the United States in style, they're mimicking foundational Black Americans. So your biggest cultural export entertainment and all that, that'll fall off. The sports industry would collapse, right? The NBA, the NFL, all of that would collapse. Advertising revenue would dry up, merchandising sales. You understand? That would dry up. That gazillion dollar market industry would just fall off. So many things. There'd be a domino effect. And a lot of the urban warfare policing infrastructures, SWAT teams, all that riot gear, all of these surveillance systems that's used to watch us, racial profiling technologies. There's billions of dollars in policing infrastructure that would just dry up because you need a marginalized class of people in order to keep that thing going, in order to justify having it. You always have to have a boogeyman. See, if there's no more boogeyman, that overbuilt police system would collapse. You understand? Because you can't start targeting the dominant society, because see what would happen if you want to maintain that policing system, you're going to have to start targeting other people, other white folks, and then that's going to have they're going to get into a civil war. You see, they're going to start turning on each other. It'll be a societal structural breakdown. White supremacist power depends on having a designated bottom caste. Without black people, they're going to need a new scapegoat. So that will start immediately internal infighting. You understand? And other groups start getting wiped out. They're going to start trying to break shit down on ethnic lines, and they're going to start wiping each other out. And that'll be a collapse of civil rights institutions, legal frameworks, all that stuff. Oh, it'll be crazy. And understand, a lot of people in the dominant white society, generally, they're older. See, black people are younger. Black people, we have a young population. The dominant white society, the majority of their population is older. So that's going to be janky. We're not around, and their birth rates are already struggling. Who are they going to procreate with? Yeah, when their birth rates are already struggling, and they can't really replenish them. So it'll be a real deep thing, because see, they got to have anti-blackness in the dominant society to use us as a scapegoat. See, anti-blackness is something that they need to project onto us. See, what they do, they project their moral guilt and historic crimes onto us. See, they have a lot of unresolved guilt over slavery, genocide, colonization. That's why they never want to address that. They always blame somebody else, and it's always, well, black folks and black crime. When they talk about black crime, that's a deflection. That's designed to deflect away from their actions. You understand? So them always deflecting onto us, um, that avoids responsibility for social decay. Rather than admit that drugs, crime, and violence are problems in the white community too, the media and the politicians, they try to overemphasize issues within the black community. So that helps white society deflect from their own opioid crisis and the whole shebang, which worsens the situation for them. So everything is all about projecting things onto us to not take responsibility for their actions. So if they were sitting here on their own and we're just not here, they would implode, it would collapse, just like it always does in Europe. Europe, they've almost collapsed and genocided themselves out of existence several times. You had the Justinian plague, you had all the plagues and diseases over there, the Black Plague, Then there was a plague in the 1300s, just over and over again. They cannibalized themselves, and the diseases start kicking in, and then we have to go and save them. The Moors went in there and saved them from the Justinian plague, and I've talked about that several times. But let me get some more calls in here. Let me get some more. Mohit, I don't know what I don't want to hear from you, Mohit. Let's get Jelani in here. Jelani, hop on in. Jelani, hop on in. What's going on, Jelani?
Great. Yeah, listen, the entire legal system, the entire penal system, and the entire law enforcement system would absolutely collapse.
Yep.
Without Black Americans. And when they talk about the caucasity that they have to say that we owe them because of Black crime, the cognitive dissonance when they say that is so astronomical that they don't realize how much Black crime is.
People don't understand that the white supremacy is, like I said, they're turning on each other. Like Tariq Nasheed made a great point. The good point that he made is that this isn't the first time that they did some shit like this. This is why I always tell people all the time, why you separate white people from in columns. I said, y'all got to stop doing that, because at the end of the day, this is what they do. They're only your brethren when it's convenient. It has always been like that. White supremacy has always been like that. They're your brother when it's convenient, but they will show their ass in front of another set of white supremacists. They don't give a fuck about Black Americans. They think their experience is better than your experience.
Profitable to their people.
Right.
Blacks are the most profitable capital. Well, Black Americans specifically are the most profitable capital, human capital, in the entire world, in the globe. Because just with the prison system and the legal system alone, do you know how many careers they will lose? And they talk about Black crime so much, but they will not reduce Black crime because they would sacrifice the very careers that most of them make livings off of.
Yeah.
And it's just so amazing to hear them always talk about Black crime, but Black crime is profitable.
Yes, it is.
It's profitable for them. And that's why the systems are how they are, because they have to keep their stock, they have to keep their inventory stocked up. So that's why they have to collude with the prison system. That's why they have to make more laws. That's why they have to have crime bills and call us super predators and do all of these things. It's the greatest projection in the world that they say that we need them, when actually it's them who literally live off of our backs. And there's one reason why they will never give us, well, why they don't want to give us the repertory damages that we are due, because they know that if you give us that economic boost, it will most definitely by default reduce crime.
Oh yeah.
And should Blacks represent their actual population in crime, those industries would absolutely die. And America will not sacrifice its penal industries and its law enforcement industries to reduce Black crime.
Yes, sir. And thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. Let's get DC. DC in the building. Mr. DC.
Facts.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, brother?
Oh, thank you, man. I finally made it.
What's up?
Oh, mama, I just want to say I finally got a chance. So I remember Bushmeat Barrister came on here a while ago talking about we don't got nobody. In the 21st century right now, there's a brother named Reggie Middleton with 7 patents currently in this time. And that's all I got to say.
There it is.
Thanks.
Barrister, he argues in bad faith. He just said he's another projector. See, again, Bushmeat Barrister, he's almost like the white supremacist. He's always focusing on us to get away from the fact that he comes from a failed homeland that he's embarrassed by. He don't even like talking about his failed homeland. He's always deflecting. That's why we don't take him seriously. But anyway, let me get up out of here, family. Y'all, everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com, hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum.
So I'm gonna land here. All right. I want to thank everybody for coming on the show and stuff like that. But before I leave, I want to say this: we are doing what we're supposed to be doing right now, and what I mean is letting these people feel, letting these people do stuff by themselves. They always use you're American like us. But when the tables turns, they're not there on our side. So you know what? This is something. Yeah, this is something to really think about. Like, yo, we have very little allies. If they hate us so much, why they didn't let? Because they already knew. They already knew this was gonna happen. This was their prophecy. That's why they had to burn down these communities. This is why they had to manipulate their communities. This is why they have to give us the less of everything. Less resources, less education, less everything. If we had the same education and the same chances like these folks do, there will be very little white Americans even doing anything. If it ever went on just plain old skill and stuff like that, yo, the white supremacists would not have a chance at all. This is how great we are. But I want to thank everybody for who's on the show. Thank Kai Official. Thank Lala. Thank E Will. Shout out to E Will. See Lala. Charlie E. Shout out to Charlie E. Shout out to Rando. Salute Rando. Dorsey, thanks Dorsey. I appreciate everything, man. Shout out to Ohio. Shout out to St. Michael's. Let's see. E. Will, Lala Brown. What was this? Alright, said that. Good Visions, shout out to you. American Dream, shout out to you. FBA Convo, shout out to you. E-Town, shout out to you. Jeff, Wiz Mason, Charlie, Ohio, St. Michael's. And if I forgot you, I apologize, but shout out to all of y'all.